Diet Pepsi. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Jingyan Chen.
Judy can hear us. Very good. Gloria can hear us. Everybody can hear us. So I'll call the meeting to order. And would you call the roll for the quorum?
Absolutely. We'll start with the Board President, Director Deere.
Here.
Vice President, Director Houston.
Here.
Treasurer, Director Alvarez.
Here.
Secretary and Chairwoman, Director Gray.
Here.
And Past President, Director Williams.
Here. So we're all here. All right, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We're going to volunteer. Oh, you moved
I
here.
moved, I'm sorry. Can everyone please stand up facing the flag? Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for leading us. And
Any public comment?
we'll go to the public comment section. Do we have any lined up for public comment?
Okay, President Deere, we have no one who has registered in advance for public comment, and I'll ask the attendees who may be online as to whether there might be any public comments online by a show of hands. And looking at the attendee list online, it appears that there aren't any. Actually, I see one hand raised. If you can help me identify that, it looks like it's John Cruikshank, who is our Executive Director of the South Bay Cities of Government. And so we would be happy to allow for Director Cruikshank 3 minutes to speak. So John, please.
Oh, thank you very much. In fact, you promoted me to Executive Director, which I'm actually not. John Cruikshank, I'm actually a council member in Rancho Palos Verdes, but I'm also first Vice Chair of the South Bay City Council of Government. And joining us today is our Executive Director, Jackie Bacharach, Kim Fuentes, our Deputy Executive Director, and Martha Segovia, who's one of our Environmental Services Analysts. And I just wanted to join the meeting today and to, on behalf of the entire South Bay City Council of Government, thank you, President Don Deere, the board members, and all your staff for your continued support for our successful partnership with the South Bay Cities Council of Government. We've had this partnership for over 16 years, which has provided additional outreach opportunities and maximized exposure for the West Basin programs. This partnership has become increasingly important as our region continues to experience drought conditions. The South Bay COG looks forward to assisting West Basin with coordinating, promoting, and implementing the various conservation, education, and outreach programs that you have, and our grassroots outreach to the community will help with this effort as it continues to grow year after year. So the work is also done with the help of our volunteer program. Our volunteers are local advocates to perpetuate the message to save water to our communities. South Bay Council staff is currently conducting commercial kitchen water assessments, which over the years total over 500. And all this work results in a reduced water use, saving businesses and residents while reducing greenhouse gases. So we at the COG look forward to our continued partnership with you and your staff for another successful year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Councilman, and forgive me for misconstruing the titles and your prominent role as City Council member, but thank you for your remarks.
Thank you.
And look forward to meeting you soon.
You as well.
Okay, so that takes us to, if we have any additional guests who would like to speak, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing none on the platform, I'll turn to members of the audience here. If there's, looks like we do have an additional person online who would like to make a remark. Looks like it's AJ Alvarenga. AJ, please, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. Just really quick, I'm AJ Alvarenga, Angel. I'm just here to translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English. I was hired by Geza to go ahead and do this work for the community. So I'm glad to be here, and if anybody needs to make any comments, I'm here to help.
And thank you so much for being here for that service. I really appreciate that personally. Okay, with that said, I will pause to see if anyone else on the platform would like to make a public comment. And it appears that I don't see any hands raised, and so I'll turn to our members in the audience to see if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment. Not seeing any hands raised here. I am happy to turn it back over to our board president, Director Deere.
Well, we have item 5, public hearing. Standby charge. Is this the time to do it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, so we'll start with remarks by our manager of finance, Mary Ann Rexroad, and she will hand it over to you, President, to begin the hearing. So Mary Ann, please.
One the board could just formally open public hearing, or the chair could.
Yeah, I'll declare the public hearing open on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon, President Deere, members of the board. I'm happy to present this item to you today. As Greg mentioned, this is the public hearing to hear for you to consider the adoption of the standby charge. However, before you can consider the adoption of the standby charge, it is required that you hold a public hearing per the Uniform Standby Procedures Act. The public hearing does allow for the board to hear all comments, both verbal and written, from the public and any interested parties prior to its consideration of the adoption of the standby charge. A public notice was posted onto your website as well as published twice in the paper, and that notice contains the time and date today for the public hearing and the place. It also provided an email address if there were any comments that wanted to be submitted prior to the hearing, and it's my understanding that no comments have been received. From that, my recommendation is that the board conduct a public hearing on May 23rd today regarding the proposed adoption of the standby charge for fiscal year 22-23.
Well, we declared that hearing open. Do you have anything to input into the hearing?
I can add to that, yes, thank you. And so just to give you a brief background of the standby charge. So as you know, it was initially introduced back in the 1990s. This was in response to your decision to build a recycled treatment facility in El Segundo, as well as all the distribution facility or pipelines. That facility is now one of the world's best and largest recycling water facilities in the world, and it does produce, and it has produced 250 billion gallons of recycled water since its inception. The standby charge provides many benefits. It provides a fixed source of revenues. It helps pay for a portion of the annual debt service that we pay in association with the construction of that facility. It also provides us a fixed source that looks favorably by our credit rating analysts and credit agencies, as it does not fluctuate depending on the amount of water we sell. In addition, the recycled water that we produce has reduced West Basin's dependence on imported water and is preserved drinking water. The standby charge is still needed to continue West Basin's goal of drought-proofing its service area and reducing its dependence on imported water supplies. Every gallon of West Basin produces means that one more gallon of water saved of drinking water. The rates remain consistent from 1992 to 1993. From 1992-93 to 2021-22. However, in April of 2017, a class action lawsuit was filed contesting the validity of the standby charge, and on April 1st, 2022, the LA Superior Court approved the agreement of the settlement. The settlement calls for a phased reduction and eventual elimination of the standby charge. For fiscal year 22-23, the properties within West Basin service area, except for West Hollywood, property owners will see a reduction of no less than 30%, and West Hollywood, the property owners will see a reduction of at least 40%. Also for fiscal year 22-23, the additional reduction will be applied to the standby charge, reflecting the allocation of the residual amount from the $1 million settlement fund, also required by the settlement agreement. For fiscal year 22-23, parcels located outside the city of West Hollywood, the proposed standby rates are $9.86 per dwelling unit for multi-unit residential properties, $14.79 per parcel, less than 1 or equal to 1 acre for single family and duplex residential properties, $73.95 per parcel for parcels less than or equal to 1 acre for non-residential parcels. And then for parcels located inside the city of West Hollywood, the proposed rates for fiscal year 22-23 are $8.45 per dwelling unit for multi-unit residential properties, $12.68 per parcel less than 1 acre or equal to 1 acre for family, single family and duplex residential properties, and $63.38 per parcel for, again, parcels equal to or less than 1 acre for non-residential properties. If adopted, the standby charge will generate approximately $6.3 million in fiscal year 22-23. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Any other comments? Directors, no comment? No motion for you guys' comment? No. Appropriate time to close the hearing items.
There's no other public comment. Yes, sure.
All right, if there's no other public comment, I'll declare the hearing on this item closed. Okay. Item 6, presentation, Asian American, Native American, Hawaii Islander Heritage Month.
Well, thank you, President Deere, for this opportunity to introduce staff who has put together a very special.
Here. Off she goes.
A very special presentation in recognition of a very important cultural celebration of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Before I introduce my esteemed colleague, I'd like to maybe close out my kind of acknowledgement of this important occasion with a quick reading, if I may. All right, thank you for that. So this is, again, a continuation of the reading from history.com, and this last segment is on anti-Asian racism. Since their immigration to the United States, Asians have been met with xenophobia, racism, bias, and violence. Chinese workers were abused, robbed, and murdered in San Francisco in the late 1850s. In 1854, the California Supreme Court ruled in People versus Hall that people of Asian descent could not testify against a white person in court, meaning that white people could avoid punishment for anti-Asian crimes. During World War II, from 1942 to 45, people of Japanese descent were incarcerated in internment camps across the nation. In 1982, Chinese-American Vincent Chin was murdered by 2 white men in Detroit because they believed Asians were taking auto industry jobs from whites. In March 2021, a man shot and murdered 6 women of Asian descent at 3 spas in the Atlanta area. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, racist and xenophobic rhetoric about the origins of the virus led to a spike in anti-Asian racism and violence, with AAPI people of all ages and cultures being verbally and physically harassed and murdered in cities across the United States. As a response to the rise in anti-Asian violence, the AAPI Equity Alliance, Chinese Firm Affirmative Action, and the Asian American Studies Department of San Francisco State University launched the Stop AAPI Hate Coalition on March 19, 2020. The coalition tracks and responds to violence, hate, harassment, discrimination, shunning, and bullying of AAPI people. In January 2021, the White House released a memorandum condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States, acknowledging their role in furthering xenophobic sentiments and proposing ways to prevent discrimination, harassment, bullying, and hate crimes against AAPI individuals. AAPI Heritage Month 2022 commemorates the victims of the 2021 spa shootings, along with all other Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have been lost to anti-Asian violence during the pandemic and throughout history. And so I'll conclude my remarks with just closing sentiment that we as a district, I believe, stand in solidarity with what this article says and intends to do, which is to stand against violence of all people and to stand against harassment and mistreatment of against all people, and in particular, in this case, the AAPI. And we're talking about that at a time when we just recently had a horrific shooting in upstate New York at a shopping market, at a supermarket, where a number of, in this case, African Americans were murdered. We've seen other forms of violence of this sort in Texas against Latino Americans, and certainly the actions against our AAPI community should not be tolerated by anyone, in particular our district. And so we really welcome and embrace diversity of our community, and we're proud to embrace the diversity of our workforce, our staff here. And so with that said, I want to introduce my esteemed colleague, Janelle Ankayan. Janelle is a public information specialist at West Basin. Her duties involve the coordination of the district's education programs, including water treatment facility tours, citizen science activities, engineering challenges, and water learning resources. Janelle has over 5 years of experience in environmental education and has a lifetime interest in sustainability and community engagement. Janelle joined us in 2018 and assumed the role of education coordinator in August of 2019. She holds a bachelor's degree in environmental studies with a minor in education from UC Santa Barbara. And so it gives me great pleasure to have Janelle lead our AAPI celebration this month. Janelle, please.
Thank you very much, Greg, and good afternoon, President Deere, members of the board. As you all know, May is AAPI month, otherwise known as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander month. So this month, we're celebrating the contributions of generations of AANHPI people that have made significant contributions to American history, society, and culture. And as Greg mentioned previously, this year's theme is Advancing Leaders Through Collaboration. And again, May was specifically chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States, as well as the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, which was completed mostly by Chinese immigrants in May as well. So again, we're celebrating the nearly 24 million people in our nation and their cultural tradition, ancestry, native languages, and unique experiences that represent more than 56 ethnic groups and speaking over 100 different languages in Asia and the Pacific Islands. AANHPI people are leaders in healthcare, business, education, civil rights, arts, and more. And beyond hate crimes, beyond xenophobia and racism and everything else, we are a strong community that loves to contribute back to the communities that we live in. So moving on to the next slide, just for a brief overview of AANHPI month, which again was able to gain significant traction due to Black History Month and Hispanic Heritage Month. So really paying homage to those groups as well. But as you can see, it started primarily in the 70s. It was actually just a 10-day long celebration, which eventually evolved to a month-long celebration in the 90s and eventually just last year evolved to officially be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Month. Of course, different names, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, AAPI Month. all really recognizing the same and really diverse group of individuals. So moving on to the next slide, please, for a map of Asia and the Pacific Islands. And AA and HPI people are actually the fastest growing demographic in the nation. And like I mentioned earlier, over 56 ethnic groups from different nations and countries all over the continent of Asia. And it's really important to disaggregate this information because Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, there's no single monolith. There's no single AA and HPI identity because each culture lends to a very unique experience, a very unique identity for each and every one of us. So this map specifically that you see pinpoints areas of where West Basin staff identifies their heritage from, which includes China, Indonesia, Hawaii, Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan. I'm personally proud to share that I'm the daughter of Filipino immigrants. My parents immigrated here from the Philippines a couple of years before I was born. We also had very humble beginnings, but it's through their sacrifices and their hard work that I'm able to be here in front of you and be able to be proud to share my heritage and contribute back to my community. Specifically within West Basin, the AA and HPI community makes up of over 30% of West Basin's workforce, and a few of us are gathered here today, as you can see in the audience. So we'll be able to join together for a photo opportunity later on. So thank you to the AA and HPI community within West Basin specifically for all of their hard work here.
Your lunch. Many of you brought lunch for us today, too. We appreciate that effort.
Yes, that's correct. Today's lunch was provided by the Loft Hawaiian Restaurant in Torrance. So you'll see lots of great food, mac salad, island fried chicken. So another way for us to celebrate because food really connects us all.
Especially that cake.
Yes, and the cake, Mango Supreme cake. You can't forget about Red Ribbon. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. Not only does the AA and HPI community make up a significant segment in West Basin's workforce, but there's also significant representation within the cities within West Basin's service area. So we have a graph over here taken from the United States Census, just showcasing the demographics from a couple of cities within our service area. Notably, you can see Rancho Palos Verdes, AA and HPI individuals make up nearly 33% of the population. As well as up to 26% in the city of Gardena. So I know that there are a lot of different resources out in our communities, but I do want to highlight a couple AA and HPI resources within our service areas, such as the Office of Samoan Affairs in Carson, as well as the Japanese Cultural Institute in Gardena. And in LA County alone, there are over 2 million Asian Americans and over 40,000 Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, making up over 16% of the total population. So again, we are a large community within our region. Moving on to that last slide. Again, I did want to thank the Board of Directors for taking part in our celebration of AA and HPI Month and future initiatives to advance our community through continued collaboration here within AFTER. And within West Basin, we do plan to continue the celebration throughout the month of May. As you can see, we have really delicious food here today, but we also have a number of our colleagues that are going to be bringing snacks to share with our coworkers throughout the rest of the month, as well as a documentary screening here in the office next Tuesday, May 31st. So again, our community is strong within West Basin and the communities that we serve, and we are proud to continue to provide value through our important work here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very informative report, and appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that takes us to our second presentation, if I may, which I believe we have a guest speaker, perhaps, DJ.
Yes, she is here. She is on the line. Caller number 1612.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for inviting me. I don't know whether my slide was able to play as I'm talking.
Yes, we have it on display right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Ching-Yen Chen. I'm the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Community Fund based in Los Angeles. APCS started back in 1990, 32 years ago, and our mission is to cultivate philanthropists to invest in organizations that empower underserved Asian and Pacific Islander to prosper. So APCA has been involved in transforming lives and meeting the diverse needs of the API by building the healthy community, developing API leader, creating a stronger API voice, and providing the foundation for brighter tomorrow. If we can go to the next slide. As we celebrate Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, we know that how important to honor the culture, just like a previous panelist was talking about celebrating our culture. We all know that Los Angeles County has the largest population of many of the API descent. As you can see, the Burmese, Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Indonesian, Korean, Sri Lanka, and Thai. And I'm personally Taiwanese myself. We are the largest representative here outside of the home country. So we are very honored. America is our home country now. It's our dreamland. Can we go to the next slide? APCA was founded in 32 years ago because at that time, there was not enough funding for Asian Pacific Islander nonprofit. Many people are very familiar with United Way, and back then, United Way doesn't have a lot of API nonprofit as their member. That was the main reason APCA was founded back in 1990. We partnered with the government, corporate, to implement the workplace giving campaign. As you can see on the slide, we partner with City of Los Angeles, County Los Angeles. We also have the Unified School District, and we have a major corporate, including the state government. We are looking forward to working closely with all of you to invite all the people invest in AAPI community through workplace giving campaign, payroll deduction from employees giving. Together, we can build a stronger community. Together, we can invest in AAPI community. Please, next slide. The money we raise really going to support the AAPI nonprofit who's serving the LA County and Southern California. As you can see on this slide, there's a 74 nonprofit within Asian Pacific Community Fund Network. Together, they are serving 47 Asian language plus English and Spanish. Totally, Southern California, about 4.9 million people are served by our nonprofit. Together, they are supporting our community. Together, we are preventing the anti-Asian. Together, we are really supporting a stronger, healthier community. Next slide, please. How do we invite you to join us? Just like how you appreciate a diverse workforce within your district. Hopefully, you will work together, volunteer your time, do the payroll deduction, or any possible way to support your neighbor who are just in the district, enjoy being their American dream. We really invite you to join Asian Pacific Community Fund through many possible ways to support your neighbor and our friends. Final slide. Thank you so much for inviting me. Asian Pacific Community Fund, our slogan is invest in people. We hope you will join us and together to support our community. Please feel free to visit our website, www.apcf.org. There's a complete list of our network agency if you're looking for service, but also together we can support AAPI community. Thank you so much for inviting me to talk about API community, and we really appreciate the opportunity to recognize AAPI community and celebrate the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. Next, we have a presentation.
We do have one final presentation, and I would again like to ask Janelle to present a board proclamation for your consideration and approval. So Janelle, let me bring this over to you so that you may.
I have a printed copy as well.
Oh, okay.
From here.
Show them, show the board what
Okay.
you signed it.
It's a very lovely proclamation that's been created by Julie Fraser Matthews and our DEI team. So please, Janelle.
And thank you, Julie. So I'll just read off the proclamation. Whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month was officially memorialized in 1992 after Congress passed legislation designating its annual observance to the month of May. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month is commemorated in the month of May to honor the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to recognize the completion of the first transcontinental railroad on May 10, 1869, Golden Spike Day, made possible by significant contributions from Chinese immigrants. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebrates the historical and cultural contributions of individuals and groups of Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent, which includes cultures from East, Southeast, and South Asia, the islands of Hawaii, the Pacific Islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month acknowledges the 24 million people of Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent in the United States, who make up 7.3% of the total population. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month recognizes this year's theme of advancing leaders through collaboration, encouraging local and national governments to prioritize collaboration, development, diversity, transparency, and inclusion through leadership training of Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Americans. Now therefore be it proclaimed on this 23rd day of May 2022 that, or should I do this part? I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 23rd day of May 2022 that we, the directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, hereby recognize Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month as an annual celebration of Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Americans and their significant contributions to American culture and society.
I couldn't have done any better myself. Normally, the president reads the proclamation, but we've all signed it, all five of us on the board, and we agree with the thoughts in it, and we appreciate your support with this. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, President Deere.
Thank you. Thank you, Janelle. Well, that concludes our presentations, and perhaps I will hand around the proclamation so that you may see it one last time as we move on to our next item.
I believe we're going to break for...
Oh, are we going to break for, well, back to our president.
Break for cake.
Photo and then cake.
We have a break right now.
It would be up to the president to decide whether to postpone a photo op or to do it right now.
Let's do the photo op right now. Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. All right.
Okay, fantastic.
I could invite everyone from our AA and HPI group to come up, and I believe we're going to be right in front of our sign. Yeah.
Over here in front of this thing.
Oh, this. Oh, we didn't get her to.
The computer.
Joel, would you mind moving this chair just a little to the left of the flag? Yes. Since you're on that side, do you mind if you just move that chair to a little bit to the right of the
I know, me too.
The president should hold the proclamation. You're acing me out.
I know.
I'm not going to do anything
I
today.
think it'll be okay.
Should we be able to say?
Yes.
Oh. We're going to balance this out? Or?
How does it look? Do you want the board on one side, or do you want everyone?
the board in the center?
Okay.
And
then,
Yeah, put you right in the center, President here, then, yeah.
Amy, do you want to have the board sit in the chairs and squeeze them together? You think you're okay? You can get them all in there?
Oh, a little bit.
You can just be
Yeah, thank you. And then we'll see. I just want to make double check.
Everybody?
Okay. Hop back in, Wendy. Thank you. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. One more, 2. 1 more. 1, 2. Where's Greg?
One more. Let me get mine too. All right, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you so much.
I'll give you my chair back. Thank you, Desmond.
You're very welcome.
We're gonna have cake now?
We could.
Oh, no, I will proceed with the meeting. We have people who are waiting.
Okay.
Cake's waiting. Okay, that takes care of presentations. We have no items. Do we have one item to be agendized?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On Friday afternoon, after the agenda had been posted, I received a call from special counsel concerning the LA waterkeeper matter. We feel there is a need to have that discussion today with the board in closed session. So based upon the fact that we received notice of this item subsequent to the posting of the agenda, I asked the board for motion to add item 15B, conference with legal counsel pursuant to government code section 54956.9 to discuss one item of existing litigation, LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin, and that motion would be pursuant to Brown Act at government code section 54954P2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We're going to probably, if this passes, we're going to call the meeting at a certain time, so the attorneys can be on board. Is that the idea?
Yes, there's a window from 2 to 2:30 where you can participate.
Keep us informed then, and I'll call for
Will do.
a roll call and motion. Call the roll.
I'm sorry, roll call right now?
Yes.
Yeah, on the motion.
Oh, okay,
Add this to
I'm
the-
sorry.
It's
Okay,
added to the agenda.
forgive me for,
Okay.
all right, so we'll do the roll call on this motion, starting with our board vice president, Director Houston,
Yes.
treasurer, Director Alvarez,
Yes.
secretary, Director Gray. We may perhaps not have her online. Our immediate past president, Director Williams,
Yes.
and lastly, our board president, Director Deere.
Yes, and so that motion passes by a vote of 4 and 1 abstention. We've got it to the agenda. We'll, Mr. Attorney, at your discretion, you let us know when it's time to go to these closed session items.
Will do.
Thank you. So now we're on our consent calendar. Quite lengthy. Are we going to discuss any particular ones? If so, members of the board, let me know which ones you want to pull. Director Williams, any?
I have none, thank you.
Director Houston? And Director Alvarez?
I would like to pull item 8K, and then I want to clarify on the minutes for the April 6th meeting. So if I need to pull that, I will do that.
What's the date on the minutes? What's the date again?
April 6th.
Pull those minutes. Director Gray, do you have any, are you there yet, Director Gray? Yes, not. All right, we'll pull those items. Is there a motion to adopt the balance of the consent calendar with the exception?
One more item.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
would like to just, I don't need to pull it, just register a no vote on item 8E.
Houston Edward?
Yes.
E, no. Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar in its entirety, including a no vote on E by Director Alvarez? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, I heard Director Houston first and Director
Second.
Williams second. Any other discussion? All right.
You pulled those two items.
What?
You pulled the two items, 8A and 8K. I'm just clarifying.
We pulled 8A. Yes, we did.
8K. Other than that,
So B through whatever else there is. Okay. The motion has been seconded, right?
Yes.
All right, so
Okay, so roll call.
motion on those items.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll begin with our vice president, Director Houston,
yes.
our treasurer, Director Alvarez,
Yes.
our board secretary, Director Gray, our immediate past president, Director Williams,
Yes.
and finally, our board president, Director Deere.
Yes, and the motion passes with 4 yes votes and the 1 abstention. We're going to have item 8A, which is pulled. It's 8A, right? Director Alvarez?
Yes. Just a small clarification. I did mention that one of the things that the City of LA Ad Hoc Committee was looking at was the agreement for a pilot study with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And that's part of the overall negotiation. And this agreement supersedes a previous agreement where we had agreed to contribute to the pilot study with the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation and Public Works. I'm sorry, and Water and Power. And they've got a subsequent agreement with a larger amount of money, and it is included in the budget right now. So I just wanted that clarification. You knew what that was about.
So, you satisfied?
Yes.
Want to make a motion to receive and file?
To receive and file item 8A.
It's approving the minutes.
That's right, of course, yeah, approving the minutes. Motion been made by Director Alvarez to approve the message, seconded by Director Williams. Any other discussion? All right, please call the roll on that motion, please.
Starting with our Vice President, Director Houston,
Yes.
our Treasurer, Director Alvarez,
Yes.
our Board Director, our Board Secretary Director Gray,
She is on the line.
Director Gray, can you hear us? Okay, go on.
okay, and that takes us to our immediate past President Director Williams.
Here.
Yes.
And sounds like we now have our Director Gray online. We are voting on the approval of the minutes from April 6th.
Yes, thank you.
Through the 27th, actually, all the minutes are listed.
Okay, sounds like she says yes to April 6th.
Yes.
And that brings us to our President, Director Deere.
Yeah, so the minutes from April 6th through 27th are approved.
Thank you.
And now we have last item, which is pulled, was item E. No, I'm sorry, item K. Item K. K.
Page 162 of your agenda packet.
Do we have a staff report?
If the President is ready, we can move to staff briefing on this item.
Yes, please do.
Okay, thank you for that. So I am happy to introduce our Executive Manager of Finance, Margaret Moja, who is prepared to brief the board on this item and provide the staff recommendation. So Margaret, please.
Yes, good afternoon, directors. The item before you today is an administrative action. We have a name change for our agreement with our contract operator that manages our facility. They've now officially changed from Suez over to Veolia, and so this is the administrative record to have us update the agreement to reflect that name change. With that, if I could just go to the recommendation on the screen, please. And the recommendation is that the board authorizes the general manager to amend agreement number W2900 to assign the agreement from Suez Water Environmental Services, Inc. to Veolia Water Contract Operations USA, Inc.
Is there a motion to approve the?
I have a question, or we can make a motion if you like. And then
Well, go ahead, ask your question.
Okay. You said there's a name change. Wasn't Suez acquired by Veolia?
That is correct, but we understand that there's an official name change. Nothing changes as far as tax ID or location. It's just that the name is now under the Veolia Water Contract Operations USA, Inc. And so, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, and so as part of the administrative record for the contract, we need to update to reflect their new name, to reflect that. That is considered a material change.
I'm a little concerned because, just reading the press of what was going on, that Suez was acquired by Viola. And so even though they may not have changed a lot of their operations with respect to this particular agreement, it is new ownership, and it's a multinational corporation now, as Viola being a French-based company. I would have thought, based on the agreement that we have, that it would just not be a transfer of chattel, if you will, because that's how I think would be handled, but rather that they would have come and said, hey, we need an assignment because the company is being acquired. So I'm just questioning why that was not raised in the past, and what would happen if we were to say we don't agree with the assignment of the agreement to a multinational corporation.
Sure. Certainly, I understand your comment and your concern there. Typically, in past, when we've ever had other contracts that have had a similar name change, we've just brought it into the board for you. It is my understanding that the management team for Veolia is planning to attend an upcoming board meeting, maybe as soon as June or July. Is that correct? June, that they plan to be here to address the board and to introduce the Veolia team.
They're going to have a new plant manager.
It's my understanding, yes, there is a new plant manager that will be arriving soon.
Mr. Attorney?
Go ahead.
Just, I think it does Director Alvarez's question. This is an assignment. It would be an assignment of the duties and obligations.
Yeah.
The current agreement with Suez has a provision that requires any consent to an assignment, and this is, the recommendation is an assignment.
I agree, but if we want to assign it, Viola has already acquired Suez.
Okay.
Correct?
The letter states that in the name of Suez Water Environmental Services, Inc. has changed to Viola Water Contract Operations USA, Inc. And the owner of Viola Water Contracts Operations USA, Inc.'s parent company was purchased as a part of a public stock purchase offering that ended in January 2022. So I'm not familiar with the terms of that public offering, but Veolia will be, the proposal is Veolia will be the contract with whom we are in privity.
So it wasn't just Suez changing the name, they have been acquired by Viola.
That's what this indicates, yes.
So the way I read the agreement is that when that transfer was occurring, that we should have been notified, not after the fact. But
I see what you're saying.
Understood, and we were waiting for official paperwork to reflect that while it was in transition.
Could have reached out to them and say, hey, you might want to look at your agreement with us.
Understood.
I'll make the motion to move forward with staff recommendation.
Second. All right, any further discussion? Please call the roll on the motion.
Okay, we'll start with Vice President Director Houston.
Yep.
Treasurer Director Alvarez.
No.
Secretary Director Gray.
Yes.
Immediate Past President Director. Yes, we have your vote, Director Gray. Thank you. And Immediate Past President Director Williams.
Yes.
And President Director Deere.
Yes, and the motion passes 4-1. And 4 yes votes, 1 no vote. Motion's passed. So that takes care of the consent calendar. Now we're on 10, the information calendar.
Item 9.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I skipped that.
Action calendar.
Did I skip something here?
9B. Okay, 9B.
9B.
Okay. Are we going to go forward with 9A first?
9A. Sponsor.
All out here. Let's start.
I misplaced my page, that's why. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Action calendar.
9A.
Sponsorship request. What was the recommendation?
Okay. We have our Manager of Administration and Board Secretary, Julie Frazier-Matthews, who is prepared to brief the board on this item and provide staff recommendations. Julie.
Thank you, Greg.
This item is found in your board agenda packet 165, and is for a district sponsorship request. During the July 26th regular board meeting, the board voted to approve the district sponsorship budget under the condition that each sponsorship request would be brought to the board individually for consideration. The board or the district has received a sponsorship request for Hilda Bay for Bring Back the Beach Gala 2022, and this is to be held on Thursday, June the 2nd of 2022. In the fiscal year 2021 budget, West Basin did not sponsor this event, and it was canceled due to the COVID and pandemic. However, in fiscal year 21-22, we did budget $10,000 to sponsor the Hilda Bay annual event. This year, the event offers several tiers of sponsorship, which are outlined in your agenda packet. And the complete details for the sponsorship is located on page 167 of your agenda packet. And this item was reviewed by the Finance and Admin Committee meeting on Wednesday, the 18th of 2022. And it's being forwarded to the board without a recommendation at this time. So I would like to read the recommendation, and then I'll take any questions from the board. That the board would consider sponsoring Hilda Bay Bring Back the Beach Gala 2022 to be held on June 2nd, 2022 in the amount of $5,000. Happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions?
Questions? Well, I'll make a motion that we would approve the staff's recommendation.
Is there a second to the motion?
Director Gray, in there.
Director Gray, can you hear us?
Second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Under discussion?
I'll go ahead and discuss. So
Go ahead.
we were split in the Finance Committee on this. So it went forward with that recommendation. Now, I don't remember how long, but the agency has supported this event for a number of years, well before pandemic. I don't know if you have access to how long we've supported this, number one. Number two, a number of other agencies will be supporting this event on that June 2nd. Do we know, for example, is Metropolitan a sponsor? Does anybody know?
I don't have a list of the sponsorships.
See,
for
I
this.
hear Director Gray and I see EJ nodding yes. So I'm just, is Metropolitan a sponsor of this event?
Metropolitan is typically a sponsor.
Yeah.
Typically.
Yes, we are.
So. Director Gray, thank you. And then I remember in the past, Las Virgenes has had a lot of folks, but were they a sponsor or not? I don't remember what they did.
I guess it would depend on the term of sponsor. Tickets are available and or the purchase of a table. You usually see LA County Public Works, LADWP, Metropolitan Water District, Las Virgenes.
So to me, it's not controversial that we would look at sponsoring this year, but that's just my opinion. So I'm open to hearing what other colleagues have to say.
I had made some comments several months ago, our preliminary budget discussions about making contributions to organizations that are suing us or resisting our activities in some way or the other. And it seems incongruous to do that. And I just don't think I can support this motion. Anything else?
Well, I would just say that this organization, to my knowledge, is not suing us.
Oh, what's
attorneys?
What have they done we don't like?
That's right.
They don't say nice things about us.
Just make sure everyone understands this organization apparently does not say nice things about us, so that's why we're split here. But they're not suing us.
Currently, the district is in litigation with an entity called LA Waterkeeper, who is suing the district over the EIR certification.
Yeah.
This Director Gray, can I ask?
Go ahead, Director Gray.
Yes, I didn't hear the response. Hilda Bay, we have not been in litigation with them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and they publicly opposed us, or I've heard Director Williams and some of their environmental group and basically position. I've
think they have is against DSAL, but have they publicly made statements against us?
Anyone have an answer? We've heard earlier.
I don't think that he'll.
Not nice things about it. I don't know what that means exactly.
But this is Director Houston. I don't think they said any, the way you phrased it, Director Gray, I don't think that Hilda Bay said anything derogatory about us regarding desalination. At least not that I'm aware of on the record. I don't know.
Yeah, I know when, I forget her name, but the last name was Luz. She was on Santa Monica Bay with Restoration Commission with me, and, you know, obviously I'm in water supply in their environmental group, but I had a very cordial relationship with her, so I didn't get the negative comments from her because she headed up Hilda Bay, but I don't know if there were any public statements about West Basin from Hilda Bay. That's why I was asking the question.
Okay, with no other comments, please call a roll on the motion.
Okay, we'll begin with our Vice President, Director Houston.
Yes.
We'll go to our Treasurer, Director Alvarez.
No, it has nothing to do with Hilda Bay. I just don't think that the West Basin Municipal Water District should be sponsoring these types of events in general. Repeating myself, as I've said that previously.
Thank you. And that takes us to our Board Secretary, Director Gray.
Yes.
And that takes us to our immediate past President, Director Williams.
No.
And that concludes with our Board President, Director Deere.
Let me get my coin out here. I'm going to vote no. The motion fails. Okay, we'll go on to the next item.
Okay, so that brings us to our 2021-22 Community Outreach Event. And we have our Manager of Admin and Board Secretary, Julie Frazier Matthews, who will brief the board on this particular item and provide staff recommendations.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon again, President Deere, members of the board. The next item you'll find on page 170 of your agenda packet. This is our fiscal year 2021 community outreach events. For your consideration today, we have two items. One is the Philippine Independent Day Foundation 124th anniversary of Philippine Independence Day. And Director Williams is asking that the board would consider for West Basin Municipal Water District to sponsor this event that will be held on Saturday, June the 4th. Director Williams would like the board to consider a $500 sponsorship that would grant West Basin the opportunity for a speaking opportunity, a booth, as well as an advertisement that promotes district awareness. West Basin has not previously sponsored this event. I also have another item in this staff report. Would it be the board's pleasure to do them separately, or would you like me to, would the board like to consider them both together?
You have two items here, right?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead.
Okay. The next one is the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation Juneteenth celebration. Director Williams is requesting the board to consider Carson Citizen Cultural Arts Foundation Juneteenth celebration event that will be held on Saturday, June the 18th. Director Williams would like the board to consider a $500 sponsorship that would grant West Basin the opportunity for a booth to distribute district information. And West Basin has previously sponsored this event in the fiscal year of 2018-19 in the amount of $1,500. This item was not reviewed by a committee. We didn't receive the applications in time, but we did receive it in time for the board meeting and within the 10 days that the admin code requires that we have to have a board approval to move forward. So at this time, I'd like to read the recommendation. That the board approve the sponsorship requested by Director Williams for the Philippine Independence Day Foundation 124th anniversary of Philippine Independence Day event to be held on Saturday, June the 4th, 2022 in the amount of $500, and the sponsorship requested by Director Williams for the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation Juneteenth celebration event to be held on Saturday, June 18, 2022, in the amount of $500. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I wonder if all my board colleagues know what Juneteenth means. You guys know what it is? Ever heard of it? You're not talking.
I know what it is. We haven't celebrated that before.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
But just quickly, I can tell you just a little bit here that Juneteenth is a celebration of the freedom or the Emancipation Proclamation for African Americans who have been, we've been mistreated and enslaved in this country long before any other ethnic group, and we are still there today. Example, the law says that the slavery, the 13th Amendment, I believe that is what it was signed on in 1863. But the Africans, slaves in Texas, didn't receive that information until 1865. So that meant that the rich landowners in Texas were able to make millions of dollars of slave labor, through slave labor for another 2 years. So when that news reached the slaves in Texas, you can imagine how they felt about it, and it was a celebration. We were free. Well, we thought we were free, but so that's why the celebration today is on Juneteenth, and Juneteenth means June the 19th. But what happened was that who taught African Americans how to speak English? Bubba, the dumbest guy on the plantation. So quite naturally, the slaves couldn't pronounce June 19th, so it became Juneteenth.
Interesting.
Okay, a little trivia there, but it's fact, it's factual.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've had a long history of this way we've been treated. So anyway, so that's why we celebrate Juneteenth.
Thank you.
And I would appreciate if you would support this
Did you make a
issue.
motion? We don't have a motion, do we?
We don't have a motion yet. If you allow me to make a motion, I'll make a motion to approve both. I mean, the item there.
9B, 1 and 2.
Yes.
$500 each. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Second by Director Houston. Any further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Okay, we'll begin with our Board Vice President, Director Houston,
Yes.
our Treasurer, Director Alvarez.
I think both of these organizations are very worthwhile, or causes are very worthwhile causes and should be supported. And I do support both, but I'll be voting no. It's the principle that this is not a function of the municipal law.
Okay, and that takes us to our Board Secretary, Director Gray.
Director Gray, how do you vote on item 9B?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
All right. Thank you. Director Williams?
Yes.
Yes, and I vote yes also.
Yes.
I'm going to speed this up. I'm going to call roll from now on faster. And so it passes by a vote of 4 yes and 1 no vote.
Okay, very good.
We'll go to item 9C,
C.
and then we'll break after 9C to the closed session.
Okay, so that we have Mary Ann Rexroad, our Manager of Finance, who's prepared to brief the board on this resolution and our staff recommendation.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Board of Directors. I'll try to be brief since you heard most of the information in the public hearing. As you recall, your board started the process to consider the approval of the standby charge at your April 25th board meeting when you adopted the resolution of intent to initiate the process. As mentioned in the public hearing, the annual standby charge provides a stable source of revenue that's needed to pay the debt service associated with the construction of your water recycling facilities and the distribution system. In order to construct the recycled water treatment facilities and distribution system, West Basin obtained $450 million of construction proceeds through debt issuance. As of March 31st, he had just less than $196 million of outstanding debt. And within the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget, there's $21.2 million of debt service to be paid. I'm going to jump ahead, if it's okay with the board, to the rates, since most of the information is redundant to the previous report. So for fiscal year 22-23, for parcels outside the city of Hollywood, West Hollywood, the proposed standby charge rates are $9.86 per dwelling unit for multi-residential units. It's $14.79 per parcel for 1 acre or less for single family and duplex residential units, and $73.95 for parcels of 1 acre or less for non-residential parcels. For parcels located in the city of West Hollywood, the proposed rates for fiscal year 22-23 are $8.45 per dwelling unit for multi-unit residential properties and $12.68 per parcel for 1 acre or less for single family and duplex residential properties. It's $63.38 per parcel for 1 acre or less for non-residential. If a parcel happens to be more than 1 acre, then it's a portion thereof of those rates. If adopted, the standby charge will generate $6.3 million in fiscal year 22-23. And with that, I also want to mention the resolution to adopt the standby charge for fiscal year 22-23 can be found on pages 186 through 189. The resolution was reviewed and approved by District Council. And with that, I can read the recommendation. That the board approves, adopts, and authorizes the president to sign resolution number 0522-1160, the resolution of the board of directors of the West Basin Municipal Water District, imposing a standby charge for fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022, and repealing resolution number 05-21-1127. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We already had a hearing on this matter, so I imagine we're rather well informed. Any questions? I guess not.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez makes the motion, and Dr. Williams seconds the motion. Any further discussion from the board? All right, I'll call the roll. Director Alvarez?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Houston?
Yes.
Director Gray? Director Gray?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got it. And
Great.
as Chairman Deere, I vote yes, so the vote is unanimous, 5-0 to approve this item. We will now adjourn to a closed session. Mr. Attorney, you have something you have to state before we do that?
Yes, it'll be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, existing litigation, Los Angeles Waterkeeper versus West Basin.
There's second item, we might as well take a vote.
Do we have time for both items?
Yeah.
Okay, the other, if that's the board's pleasure, the other item is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And I just got to get this in the agenda.
15B, right?
15B.
Conference with legal counsel pursuant to 54957, public employee appointment concerning assistant general manager.
Okay, so we have item 15A and 15B. We'll adjourn to a closed session.
Are we going to cut that cake now or what?
Maybe they can cut the cake while we're
Go on. Okay, now we're.
Do you
now
need
we're
to
good.
capture the reconvening?
Yeah,
of the
so if you
session?
could reconvene the meeting.
I'll reconvene the meeting and ask the attorney to discuss matters of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board may pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. One item on personnel.
Yeah, that was for the closed session.
Assistant General Manager, report was given to the board, no formal action was taken. The board also met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 to discuss LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin. Instruction was given to special counsel, no formal action was taken on that matter. I'd also just like to clarify an issue concerning the district's ocean water desalination project. You may recall that on November 18, 2019, the Board of Directors approved the ocean water desalination project and certified an environmental impact report for that project. Thereafter, on December 22, 2021, the Board of Directors received an update on the desal project and held a vote on whether to proceed with the implementation of the desal project or to terminate the project and pursue alternative water supply options. On December 22, 2021, the Board of Directors terminated the desal project. As a consequence, the November 2019 approval for the desal project is no longer effective in light of the December 2021 decision to terminate the project. Any future decision or action by the district to pursue an ocean water desalination project will require new discretionary action by the board, including the preparation and certification of a new EIR pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. That concludes my closed session report.
Thank you. So we completed item 15. So now go back to our regular agenda where our next item was going to be item 9D.
Okay, thank you, Board President. So that brings us to our reauthorizing the Brown Act provisions. And we have Julie Frazier-Matthews, who's prepared to brief the board and orchestrate the approval process for that resolution,
Thank you,
for the
Greg.
consideration of that item.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon again, members of the board. If you would turn to page 190 in your board agenda packet, this is for the action regarding resolution number 505-22-1162, reauthorization of the Brown Act provision for virtual meetings. As you recall, there was an executive order that allowed for the relaxation of the Brown Act rules, and this was designed to accommodate virtual meetings necessary for the COVID-19 stay-at-home orders. That executive order expired on September 30th, 2021. Legislature adopted amendments to the Brown Act through Assembly Bill AB 361 to allow continued virtual public meetings. At the regular board meeting for West Basin on September 27th, the board adopted resolution number 09-21-1138, allowing for continued virtual meeting participation for public, staff, and the directors. And as you're aware, each month we bring this item to you, and this resolution needs to be reaffirmed every 30 days by the board in order to continue with this provision. A proposed resolution is before the board today for your consideration. It's on attachment A, which is on page 193 of your board packet. And if adopted, this would reauthorize the board to continue to conduct virtual meeting participation for the public, staff, and directors for all meetings held in the month of June. With that, I'd like to read the recommendation and would answer any questions that you may have. The recommendation is that the board adopt resolution number 05-22-1162, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the West Basin Municipal Water District proclaiming a local emergency persists, re-ratifying the proclamation of a state of emergency by Governor Newsom, and reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the board for the next meeting. This time I'll take any questions.
I have a question. This has to be done every month. You can't do it for an extended period of time.
That is correct.
Is there a motion to approve this resolution? Well, I move approval for next month. And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Director Williams. Any other discussion?
I,
Director Alvarez?
yes, I just want to reiterate that I'll be voting no, as I have for the past 3 months. I think it's time to move on. I think that we do not serve the public well if we continue to prolong the hybrid meetings or I don't even call this hybrid meetings, it's Zoom meetings. I think it's time for the board to meet in person, where the public can come and see the board members face to face if they so desire. I do support the idea of having the public continue to participate in a hybrid fashion. And interesting enough, there was an editorial in the LA Times on May 19th, basically saying it was time for public boards to meet in a designated place and face their constituents face to face.
My only comment is that apparently the COVID problem is increasing and not decreasing, and I think we should continue our system that we're using right now, in my opinion. Any other comments?
I think I'm going to buy the LA Times.
You're going to shut the thing down after you buy it?
No, just when I say buy, I mean take it as a subscription.
Oh, okay.
So that I can become more knowledgeable and can speak with authority. Because a lot of people say, well, whatever the LA Times says, that's what we ought to be doing.
Not necessarily.
Anyway.
My grandmother was frustrated by my father tremendously. It came to recommendations. Okay, I'll call the roll since I'm faster. And we'll go with Director Williams on the motion.
Yes.
Yes. Director Houston?
No.
Director Alvarez?
No.
Director Gray? She's not on board. And I vote yes, so the motion dies for lack of a majority, and we don't have any opportunity to change that, do we?
What does that mean?
What happens now, legal counsel?
Well, the board can only act by 3 affirmative votes, and my understanding is Director Gray is not available at this point, so
that's correct.
The motion has failed.
That means we have to go back to regular meetings starting next month.
That's correct, unless the maker of one of the opponents to the motion could move to reconsider.
The room's being stubborn, aren't they? Okay.
So what happens?
So we're back at the normalcy with it. No matter who's sick and all that, we're going to meet here.
Well,
for all the committee meetings and everything, right?
That's correct.
That's right.
Okay.
So who wins?
Or you can post ahead of time.
Well, I shouldn't say you all have to be here. It's going to be the original section 54953. And the requirements are that if someone is going to attend remotely, there has to be posting, that location has to be posted. There has to be a posting at the location. And that location has to be open to the public. And that a quorum cannot meet outside of the district boundaries. So basically, it's back to the old rules that if you're going to meet remotely, you got to make that that location available to the public.
Okay, so that's our situation. That motion recommendation on 9D failed, and we're back to normalcy next month.
So you guys
supposedly. Okay, 9E West Basin drought response actions.
Okay, thank you, President Deere. We have our Manager of Water Policy and Resources Development, E.J. Caldwell, here to brief the board on recommendations on this topic. Please, E.J.
Yes, thank you, Greg. President Deere, members of the board. This item has not actually been heard in committee, though we did have a discussion related to West Basin's water shortage contingency plan at the Public Information and Education Committee earlier this month. At that time, the committee and board members that were present did ask West Basin staff to return to the full board with potential drought response actions in light of the ongoing drought conditions. So as you all know, California is in the midst of a 3-year consecutive years of drought, and due to that, there have been several different actions, both at the state level and, of course, at the local level. First and foremost, during the summer of 2021, Governor Newsom did call for a voluntary reduction in statewide water use by 15%. In response, West Basin Municipal Water District activated shortage level 1 of our water shortage contingency plan, seeking a 10% decrease in water demand. Facing imminent action by Metropolitan Water District, West Basin's Board of Directors did take additional action in November of 2021, moving to a water shortage level 3 And with that comes a reduction target of 30%, which is fairly significant. As noted just now, we did feel that it was imminent that Metropolitan Water District would be taking action. And in April of 2022, Metropolitan Water District did take action to provide water supplies to protect human health and safety standards within certain portions of the Metropolitan Water District service area, which includes what they would call the State Water Project dependent areas. Now, West Basin Municipal Water District is not considered to be a State Water Project dependent area due to basically operations capabilities of moving and shifting the water supplies that are available to West Basin. However, there are agencies that that are next door to West Basin and do serve customers in the West Basin service area. And this primarily includes the Los Angeles Department of Water. They serve a portion of the city of Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, as well as a portion of Culver City, and then the community known as Playa Vista. So those customers will be impacted by the resolution adopted by Metropolitan Water District. And as adopted by Met, there are two compliance options. One, of course, would be a simple reduction of 35% of the imported water demand of that retail agency. The second would be a reduction in outdoor irrigation use to 1 day per week. However, that agency would again to be moving towards that 35% goal. So you have one option or two options to basically meet the same standard. In order to avoid any confusion within the West Basin service area, West Basin did an analysis of all the water shortage contingency plans within the West Basin service area. So that would include all of our municipal as well as our investor-owned utilities. In looking at each one, you can see exactly where the governor was kind of trying to strive for, which is a 20% reduction. And just a few weeks ago, he did declare that all municipal water districts should be in the process of moving to at least a minimum of a stage 2. So we were able to kind of track and see all of the specific actions of our retailers to see exactly what would be implemented in each of our areas. And with that, West Basin staff has for you today some recommendations as far as our drought response. And again, it's intended to utilize all of the water shortage contingency plans in the West Basin service area, as well as ours, and of course the mounting actions that are coming from Sacramento. And this discussion is extremely timely because tomorrow the State Water Resources Control Board will consider additional restrictions on water use. We do expect a prohibition on what we would call CII, or commercial, industrial, institutional, ornamental turf. So again, it's kind of that turf that's not being utilized as a playing field or a playing surface. A lot of cities have these areas. You can see some in the surrounding areas to our buildings here today and across the street. We need to talk about the CII sector and kind of the ornamental turf. And so all of the outdoor landscape watering will be eliminated, at least for the time being. So with that, staff put together some drought actions for your consideration today. Obviously, these are meant for discussion, and of course, West Basin staff would act as directed. The first item we have here is to direct the general manager to conduct outreach to each city manager, 17 cities in total, and request a West Basin drought response briefing at an upcoming city council meeting. Each drought response briefing would include a clear message and a call to action. These call to actions include West Basin has declared a level 3 shortage and is working to achieve a 30% reduction target. West Basin asks its communities to lead by example and remove municipal ornamental turf using West Basin's grass replacement rebate. West Basin asks its communities to implement a reduction in outdoor irrigation to 2 days per week. Now, this closely aligns with all of the water shortage contingency plans in the West Basin service area, and it would mirror what the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power expects to take action on with their council. So that would have the same kind of call to action for all of our communities. It would be the 2 days per week. West Basin asks its communities to coordinate advertising efforts and specifically request the use of any outdoor signage opportunities, including municipal-owned billboards, electronic signs, buses, bus stops, etc. Again, this would be to coordinate our communication efforts and take advantage of either cheap or possibly even free outdoor education during the summer months where we expect extreme hotter temperatures. The next 4 items that staff had recommended were 1, to direct the general manager to host a quarterly joint public information officers and water use efficiency drought update meeting for its customers and municipalities focused on coordinated messaging public education opportunities. 3, direct the general manager to coordinate with the South Bay City's Council of Governments for a monthly drought update and overview of West Basin and metropolitan programs available to the West Basin communities and any changes to regional and state water use efficiency regulations. 4, direct the general manager to submit regional and timely op-ed pieces throughout the West Basin service area. And 5, direct the general manager to conduct an internal analysis of potential regional and statewide actions that could require reductions in imported water demand and properly prepare to meet these challenges. This is very much in line with what the State Water Resources Control Board did in our most recent drought, where they required everybody to reduce by 20%. In doing that, what we were able to do is kind of analyze the water demand of each of our retailers and assist them as far as getting into compliance. State Board will be taking action tomorrow. We do expect some regulations, but we don't think that there'll be a mandated target like they did in the most. So with that, staff did include a recommendation here that the board consider adopting the drought response actions as proposed. But of course, West Basin staff is looking for feedback or thoughts, and we would implement those as directed.
Okay, is there any feedback or thoughts or a motion on the matter? Okay, Houston.
Well, I don't want to give a motion on this because I still think it's a little bit up in the air, in my opinion. So a couple things. Number one is we have declared a level 3 shortage. We were ahead of the game, and I get that. I understand that, and I'm happy we were to achieve a 30% reduction target. But do we have an idea of what we have actually achieved in this district?
Right now we're approximately at 4.5% reduction overall. That's the regulation. Of course, that's the director by the code.
So my point is that only at 4.5, when we start pushing people or saying we should be doing a 30% back in, wasn't it November?
It was last summer.
Yeah, so we haven't done really well as far as what the metric is. Even though also we can't enforce anything, right? We cannot enforce. We can just kind of put it out there, and the retailers have to do what they got to do, right?
Correct, and as outlined, this is really a call on the municipalities to take those actions. Yeah. Our retailers, including our investor-owned utilities, would have a difficult time enforcing specific ordinances or directives, but each of our municipalities obviously can.
Well, for example, I have an investor-owned serving my home in Gardena, Golden State. They've informed us that we can do 2 days a week. If we don't do those 2 days, and they've depending on what side of the street you're on, east or west, north or south, you have certain days. If you don't do the assigned days, is that a law that you can get in trouble for, or what? You can't.
I don't want to say you won't get in trouble, but the retailer there would probably, if somebody called them, would probably visit your home and give you some information about the drought. But they don't have any code enforcement jurisdiction or anything like that. In this case, the city would adopt either an ordinance or by resolution due to the emergency would declare this. And again, I think most people want to do the right thing. And so through some outreach and education, through potential action by City Council, typically we see people do as told or do as asked.
Go ahead.
Here's a question. So like Golden State is the water purveyor in some of those communities, but the City Council could make an ordinance
Correct.
For things that apply in their jurisdiction.
Correct.
Regardless, I mean, in this case, it happens to be Golden State, private water purveyor.
Correct. Okay.
So back to this, I mean, I do think that we need to put out something where we're in alignment in some way, shape, or form with between Metropolitan and where LAWP is. So I do support, at least at this moment, the colleagues decide too. We should probably try and encourage folks to do the 2 days a week watering. I agree with that. what I really would like to see in this was more beef that talks about how do we actually encourage our retailers to, what are they all doing to make some restrictions in place, like what Director Deere was mentioning, if Golden State has already put out some communication. We should also encourage our cities that are in the West Basin service area to really seriously take up an ordinance at this time. We can't force them, but we should be highly encouraging them if we move forward with a plan like this. That's my opinion. And then what I didn't see here either that I thought I'd asked for was what have other people in our service area done? So my understanding is Manhattan Beach did put out a directive that they will do 3 days per week of watering. I saw this online in the patch.
That is correct, and we did do the research, like I said, of each of the water shortage contingency plans within the West Basin service area. Assuming that all of them do move to a stage 2, which we believe the state board is going to require them to do with their action tomorrow, all of our retailers have within their water shortage contingency plan a reduced amount of time and days to outdoor watering, but it does vary. I think there's 1 or 2 that call for a 1 to 3 day limitation, but most of them require 2 days. So once everybody moves to that stage 2, you'll see the 2 day. In Manhattan Beach's case, they're actually currently in a water shortage level 1, and they'll be moving to a water shortage level 2, and they'll reduce that 3 to the 2.
Do we have a sample ordinance to give these cities?
We do. We've actually prepared those in previous droughts and provided them. But in this case, you do have an emergency, a drought emergency. And as such, I think a city council could decide to do this just by resolution.
Okay. So again, let me keep going real quick because unfortunately, I would have loved to have seen a list of what our cities have done thus far or not, or what the private retailers have done or not. And so again, we don't know because they're on the list.
Within the West Basin cities, all of our retail cities, so Lomita, Inglewood, Manhattan Beach, and El Segundo are basically at a stage 1. With the action tomorrow, everybody will move to a stage 2. So what we've done is we've kind of tracked to see what people will have to do, not so much what they've done already, because we think that there's going to be a significant movement in action after tomorrow.
Okay, so then, all right, based on that assumption, then, what would we be saying come tomorrow? 2 days a week?
Tomorrow, all of them will be at water shortage level 2, or they'll have to take action to move there. And then, like I said, I think that they all vary as far as reducing, but it's anywhere from 1 to 3 days as far as the water shortage contingency plans. By picking 2 days, we're trying to mirror Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and put out a clear, consistent message rather than the 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, and I'm totally with you. I'm just not getting the number one information to be where we at right now and what people have done because you've got different areas of our jurisdiction that have already done certain things and the board wasn't fully informed, at least my understanding. But more importantly, I would like us to do something that we can encourage them to have some teeth at all of our cities. So the other thing is that, besides watering outdoors, I mean, what about, usual suspects things like they're not watering cars, they're not watering cars, they're not washing cars out on the street, they're not kind of the things that were back in the last drought. I mean, the things that potentially local cities could do, right?
Those are all prohibited now by state declaration.
Okay, so maybe we need to remind people somehow that that's part of this because a lot of people obviously are not really following those rules. I think the only other thing I could say on this would be, and I encourage everything here, but I just feel like we need to encourage the cities that if they can do ordinances in some way, shape, or form, since apparently that's where the real, jurisdictional responsibilities are, that's what we really push if we were to pass something. When it comes to, you had some other suggestions in here. Oh, yes. So I think it would be really great when we have an opportunity to try and engage our cities that we can have presentations before them. I do think that needs to, obviously the general manager's office can work with each director in the division, I assume. So if it's a staff presentation, if it's a director presentation, it's kind of in the wheelhouse, right, between the board member and the general manager, I would assume.
Well, usually in a political thing, when it's a negative thing, you let the staff take care of it.
I understand that. And then my last thing is, and I've been wanting this for a long time, was these potential op-ed pieces, which I think, is a great idea. I still would like to see how those would be done because, is it going to, there's 5 divisions in the service area. If we were to authorize op-eds, do the op-eds come in under the general manager's name, under the board member's name, under the board president's name? I mean, what does that exactly mean? I'm not sure. It seems like in here, what they would want would be the op-eds are going in with the general manager's signature. Unless that's how I would read this. So I don't know, or it could be case by case. I don't understand what we're trying to do.
Yeah, easily could be West Basin, could be from the collective board members or the general manager. I think we've had general manager op-ed pieces before.
Yep. And what about director is the signer of an op-ed in their own division? Can we do that?
I don't know that we've ever had an individual staff prepared or district prepared op-ed.
But there's nothing against that.
I just don't know that we've ever done that.
Yeah. Well, I would like it to be where we could have options.
We can always write
Question.
an op-ed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Director Alba says we can always write our own op-ed, right?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Director Williams has a comment also.
I'm just going to mention that because we're moving close to the election for 3 board members. Okay, so to have op-eds out there with our names and likeness on it would be a little
well. There's nothing prohibiting us from doing that, Steve, right?
The board has addressed this in the past, and the policy was that if an individual director, just because you elected the board doesn't mean you give up your First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. However, if you're going to be opining on something related to the district, you have to say that this is your personal opinion and you're not representing the board.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the district position, it's your individual position. The board policy is to make that clear so that we don't get in a situation where one director is perhaps taking a position publicly that's different than the board's.
Okay.
With respect to op-ed pieces,
Uh-huh.
I think if they're going to be prepared by district staff, then it should just be a West Basin. It has no name to it. Any director is free to write an op-ed piece, and as you say, it would be under their byline, so it is their opinion, and everybody is welcome to write and submit for publication op-ed pieces, and that would be appropriate, especially with an election coming up.
Okay. I'm okay with that, but I would like it. Yeah, if it's going to be that, then it just says West Basin, like you said, no name associated, no general manager name, no director name, no president name, just West Basin. If they're going to go that route.
Director Williams.
Yeah, question, a comment rather. The problem that we have a bit here in our service area is that there are cities who are purveyors. They have their own water system and they produce water and they sell water. Then there are cities like where I live and like Gardena that don't have their own water system. They get water from an investor-owned utility. But how do they police the ordinance? Because if in the city, each city has an ordinance. I mean, they've had one for as long as we've been in the drought situation, it seems like that, and we've been in it for a very long time, that if you violate the ordinance, where who's out there policing the guy who doesn't have a nozzle on his hose and he's out there watering his car, and then you wake up in the morning and you see water flowing over the lawn, across the sidewalk, and down the gutter. Who was out there policing that?
All 17 cities have code enforcement that would be able to go and quote unquote police that or educate people. I would use that term a little bit better. Similar to all 17 cities have what's called a model landscape ordinances in WILO, if you will. That requires kind of the reduction of water use in general and actually prohibits water from running off of your property. Again, I don't know that it's every city's or municipality's highest priority, but they do get phone calls and they are responsive. They'll go out there and let people know if there's a sprinkler head broken off or if there's water running down the street. So you get varying degrees of enforcement. I think it's more education. And in this case, I think the request to take action provides enough outreach just in general newsworthiness that if all 17 cities or the majority of our cities were to take action, I think it would get the message out there that this restriction is coming. I would maybe utilize this as a good example. Mayor Garcetti announced that they would be reduced down to two days per week. That actually requires a city council action, but just publicizing it and stating it, we, West Basin staff, started getting phone calls, and it generated quite a bit of questions from our city saying, hey, they're going to be moving to 2, what does that do to us? And so just by kind of asking communities to reduce that to 2, you could see quite a bit of action just generated from that.
Good. Have you seen any?
I think the phone calls that we've received are asking us what's going to happen to us should we do this. And right now, I don't know that West Basin has that directive. This conversation today and potential action in the coming weeks, if the board says let's ask our communities to go to 2, it gives us a very specific message.
Well, I noticed that like Cal Water on their website, they have a lot of information on their website about water conservation. Now, have you noticed anything on their website that talks about what happens if you do not comply with the water restrictions?
So an investor-owned utility will not be enforcing it. Again, they may have a public outreach and education campaign, but they cannot adopt an ordinance. What they can do is set price signals through their rate structure. Of course, in the most recent drought, again, when they were calling for a 20% reduction, what Cal Water and Gold State did was kind of adopt a rate structure that allowed you to utilize up to 80% of your typical average. And once you went above that, they would sell you a slightly more expensive drop of water. So they would send the message that way. And of course, your bill would have education about where your targets are. I'm actually a Cal Water Service company customer myself, and so you would see that on your water bill, but they didn't enforce, and I don't think that they had the staff and or the jurisdiction to enforce.
Thank you.
Okay, now Mr. Attorney. Just follow up with EJ. I agree that it's really up to the discipline or the interest of the local cities and their code enforcement teams. You don't have much control over that, and the regulators don't have that kind of power. But the most aggressive thing I've seen is, what version is my understanding is that they've identified their top abusers, and they're installing flow regulators on their meters. So they have some very wealthy pockets where the price signals really don't matter to some people. And those tend to be the biggest abusers. So my understanding is they're going to flow restrictions now.
We don't have that option.
Right. We're not a retail.
We're not retail.
Yeah.
So, and the majority of our cities are served by investor-owned.
Right.
We only have 5 cities that have their own water system. So, most of these actions don't really mean or don't have much bite to them. And most of our cities will not be taking a very proactive action. Some might, but most are going to be just thank you. We did pass the stage 3 back in November. What have we done since November in terms of really working with the investor-owned? Because those are and actually the county, those are the biggest users of water. They serve the largest population.
Who's that?
The investor-owned.
Our district, yeah.
Director Hours, to answer your question, we did bring an item to our Public Information Education Committee. It is included in your receive and file item number 11.9, report on water shortage contingency plan shortage response actions. We've done a tremendous amount of outreach. We do hold our quarterly meeting with our water use efficiency. It has some of our municipalities as well as all of our retailers for the most part trying to coordinate activity. But ultimately, I think that was the intent of today's conversation, to go into each city with a very clear message as to what we're asking for. I know that you've had a chance to speak at a couple of your cities. We are starting to get more requests for public speakers and coming out to talk a little bit about the drought and what our responses are. But it helps to have a very clear request. We think that asking for signage and outdoor outreach opportunities with each of our cities is a great opportunity to not only work with them, provide them some of the content that we have, and get that up and out into the public, but asking them to go to a 2-day outdoor watering use reduction would be a very clear message and something easy to do to align with LA.
With respect to just getting the message out for the investor-owned, and Director Williams referred to Cal Water's website, but not everybody, even experienced users, don't necessarily go and check their investor-owned website, investor-owned water purveyors website. So what have we done, or what are they doing to get the word out in terms of mailers or other forms of material that reach the public? And a lot of the areas that are served by the investor-owned also are areas that have significant number of multifamily units. So just sending out a notice to the person that has the meter doesn't get the word out. Have we reached out to the investor-owned to try to get some kind of public relations campaign going? Or, because I haven't heard of any or seen any flyers out there. Not that I would get one.
I got one. I got a letter in the mail. A water purveyor.
You did? Okay, that's great.
Give me the 2 days a week that I was supposed to water. Yeah.
So there's outreach related to, again, what they're doing through their water shortage contingency plan. West Basin does have a meeting at this time. It's scheduled for later this week to meet with our retail agencies. And again, we do get staff members from some of our cities, and we will be talking about coordinated efforts. I have not yet seen a bill stuffer, if you will, from our investor-owned utilities, but we have been coordinating with them as far as meeting with our municipalities. So I know that Jennifer Vasquez in our water use efficiency department has been meeting with the city of Carson. She met with the city of Wandale. She met with the city of Hermosa Beach and Redondo Beach to try to bring in the retailer to kind of work on grassroots placement and specific options. But we hope to learn a little bit more this week, working with them and finding those mutual opportunities to really promote drought awareness.
Yeah. If you pay your water bill online, that takes you to their website very easily. And again, there's a lot of information there, but if you don't want to read the website, you exposed to that information. But they have all the good stuff on there that they had back when we were given our 3 days a week for watering and the time for each watering. And it's still there. So, but most people listen to what's going on in LA, and they follow the guidelines of what Department of Water and Power is doing. And to the point where some people think they are buying their water from Department of Water and Power. Even though they see that the bill says Cal Water, they still think the water is coming from Department of Water and Power. Very rarely do they mention West Basin, but I have to school them in that. So.
Okay, is there a motion to?
Well,
no motion?
No. I'll make a motion. I think I'm going to try and craft the motion a little bit here because I want some minor tweaks on this because at the end of the day I support most all of it. I'm just trying to get this right. Entertain me for a second. I think I just have the page in front of me. Where's that? There we go. Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll start with, okay, let's just start like this. How about we start this way? You had this number 1 before the A, 1A, I think that was 1. So in order to align West Basin's messaging, This says Director General Manager to conduct outreach to each city manager, 17 cities, and request a West Basin drought response briefing at an upcoming city council meeting. I'm okay with that, although I would add to that to each city manager and mayor. That way, it's on both the radar of the city manager plus the mayor of each community. I think that would be good. And then the second part you had on item A, and then you have West Basin's declared this 30%. Then you said West Basin sample. I think that's fine. Okay, West Basin asks its communities to implement a reduction of irrigation of 2 days per week. I think that's fine. Somehow in there, I would emphasize in this motion, EJ, that we also, when we do this outreach to those city managers and mayors, saying we are asking, and we're asking the cities in our service area to, do a 2-day outdoor watering per week, and so on. But also, can we remind them of what currently is the law, if you will, or the regulators, that outdoor watering, or if you're washing your cars, can't do that right now, I guess, right, EJ?
Prohibited uses?
Prohibited, yeah, because a lot of people probably don't really know that or don't remember that. And so it kind of puts a little teeth back into it that, hey, you guys, you actually already have this in your purveyance, you just didn't remember or something. And the advertising efforts is fine. Is it doable to do? You're saying Director General Manager host a quarterly joint public information officers and water use efficiency drought update meeting for its customers municipalities. Is that doable?
Yes, once a month. We actually already host something very similar to that. The idea by including it in this action is to really get some buy-in from our retailers, but also our municipalities. So we have excellent partners with our retailers, and so we typically get staff members to attend this meeting and participate, but we're trying to really boost that and get a representative from every city, whether it's a sustainability officer or some sort of public works director or somebody at a high level that can not just listen to all the ideas and information provided, but go back to their city and really implement.
And then, so I'm okay with that. If you guys think you can handle that on top of all the other meetings you do, and because we have the customer, we have the Water Association meeting where we get to talk to some of our pumpers, if you will, but then we also have the our caucus meeting, which a lot of our retailers show up to as well. But this is separate, I understand, and only once a quarter.
Correct.
And maybe a little bit of different audience to a degree as well.
We're hoping to have a larger program.
And then the next one, coordinate with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments for a monthly drought update. Now, what does that mean? Are they amenable to that? How does that work with them?
So as part of our agreement with them, and of course it's been approved today, we hope to actually work with them a little bit closer as far as getting the message out. They have asked, I think they meet later this week on Thursday evening, they have asked Metropolitan Water District to attend with a water supply update. And as part of that, we've coordinated with them, and our General Manager, Greg Reed, will be attending that meeting to provide some additional information along with Metropolitan Water District. So what our thought was that as these actions move forward as far as the State Water Resources Control Board, and again, if you just kind of calendar it out, later this year, we expect conditions on the Colorado River to continue to get worse. We think that there's going to be a series of actions that will be taken all throughout this year. And so as things progress and as things get adopted in Sacramento, we'd like to bring that to our community, and there's no better audience really than the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. Whether it be monthly, we could wait and see how timely information is and the importance of the actions taken. But
well, here's the thought too, I guess, because it says we're directing the drought manager to coordinate with the South Bay City Council of Governments for a monthly drought update. So whether that's on, I don't know if that's their monthly board meeting, do they have a certain committee meeting, do we send them something in writing, is it ever, you know what I'm saying? So you guys are already putting the onus on the general manager, once a month you got to do this if we approve it this way. So I'm just trying to clarify.
That to be regular.
Okay. And you have to work with
periodic
updates as needed.
Got it. Okay. And you work with the COG to figure out that.
Correct.
And because sometimes maybe that you don't need someone physically to go there every month, but maybe it's just here's a written report, the latest update or whatever. You guys will handle it. Okay. I'm just trying to figure this out.
And I apologize, but I should at least note that Kim Fuentes is with us today. She's still in the meeting. And of course, she assists us as far as everything that goes on with the South Bay City's Council of Governments. Is always taking the information that we have at our board meetings back. So we obviously want to say thank you to her, but we're already working very closely with her.
Very good. And we already talked about op-eds and the internal analysis. I'm okay with that. So I think I really didn't have a big adjustment to this as it was written. It was just adding the mayors. And then, of course, we also, and encouraging, I guess that's not just the city for their ordinances, but also encouraging, it would be our retailers, just all retailers, even the private ones that West Basin is asking or suggesting go to a 2-day water schedule per week. So how does that play if we can send letters to all the cities and the city managers and mayors, but what about the retailers that are private? We're also kind of telling, hey, by the way, we just authorized this.
Correct. This is what we're asking for. I would never want to question the incentives of an investor-owned utility as far as really promoting water use efficiency, but it's something that they have great outreach departments. They have great water use efficiency programs. They work with our conservation team hand in hand in those communities. But this would be, again, a clear discussion with our municipalities. If a city that was served by an investor-owned utility, if they said, you know what, 2 days seems a little bit strict, we're thinking 3, we would say thank you very much and encourage them to take action. So it's a matter of
the city, correct, to do like an ordinance or something.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's I totally am there. Yes. At the end of the day, all we can do is suggest. Okay. So I think if you guys captured what I added in there,
I think I do.
Just a little additional things here with all, and then also in whatever letter you send out announcing what we've decided if we vote on it, is also reminding them of the things that already are in place that people should not be doing in the community. Because also washing sidewalks and stuff, right? Aren't they all these ordinance, right? Not ordinances, but aren't all these things in place?
Yeah, there's a waste or a prohibition on wasteful uses of water.
Yeah, so a guy across the street from me yesterday was spraying down his sidewalk with a power washer in the middle of a drought. He obviously doesn't care or doesn't pay attention. And then nobody from the city was running around telling him to stop, But anyways, okay, so that's my motion.
Why didn't you do it?
I could have ran out there, yeah. So that's my motion.
Okay, were you complete?
I'm done.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we adopted the proposed drought response actions as amended.
One last comment on the...
There's second.
Second.
All right, second, Dr. Williams. Go ahead, Dr. Alvarez.
On the reach out to the city council presentation. I think, and I have been doing, as DJ said, this past month with city councils in my division. It would behoove first if you had a director do it. I was surprised at how appreciative the council people were and comments I got after the fact that I actually attended and made the presentation and made the route and kind of the options that are available to them. So I would say that the option should be first to have a director do it. If the director can't do it, then staff.
All right, I'll call the roll on the motion as to on proposed drought response actions as amended. Call the roll, Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hughes?
Yes.
Director Albright?
Yes.
Director Gray?
She's not online.
And myself as Director Deere also votes yes. So the vote is 4 yes votes and 1 abstention. Motion passes. And now we're on item 10.
All right.
Summary of the fiscal year budget.
All right, so we have, and this is our second hearing of the budget presentation given in last week's Finance and Administration meeting, but it was requested that we have this on the information calendar just in case the board would like to have a second reading. But we all know that the full board was present in the F&A. But with all that being said, we have Margaret Moser, our Executive Manager in Finance, here to provide a second airing of that presentation. And by the way, I believe we also have a few amendments in follow-up to some of the requests that were made in that last presentation.
Yes, we did provide you an updated on the CIP schedule and the funding sources for that.
And the funding sources, okay. So with that said, if you'd like to go forward, we're prepared to do so.
What do you mean forward? Read every page again? I don't
Well,
think so.
we'll go through the presentation.
Do we need to do it again?
I believe there was a member of the public that had wanted to hear the presentation. I don't know if she's still on, but I had received a phone call and said, yes, it will be a presentation on the budget.
Is there a member of the public on board that wants to hear this presentation?
President Deere, the only member of the public I have online I see is Craig.
Craig?
Are there any others? Do you see someone raise their hand?
There's somebody has a hand up.
Hold on 1 second.
Diane has her hand.
Diane with no last name. Diane, can you hear us?
She's on mute right now.
Diane, can you unmute? There you go.
I'm unmuted.
Hello, Diane.
Hello. I'm interested in the presentation about the increase in water rates.
Okay, fantastic. So we do have a member of public who is interested in that presentation. So it sounds to me like perhaps we should go forward.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so Margaret, please.
Great. If I could have you turn your attention to the presentation. We'll just go straight to the presentation itself. I believe it begins on page 201. Excellent. Well, again, thank you, board members and the public for your interest in the fiscal year 22-23 budget here for you today. This is an update for you. And with that, I will ask us to go to the next page of the presentation. As I start each of our budget workshops, I wanted to share with you that our mission is to provide a safe and reliable supply of the high-quality water to the communities we serve. So the actions that we have taken throughout today's meetings, even the great discussion that we just had, to the programs, to the activities, the projects that are there, all are for the betterment of the district here, again, to provide on its mission here. Next slide, please. So for today's agenda, we will have a review of the budget process, any follow-up items as it relates to the open items, and a discussion on its rates and charges, our funding approach for our fiscal year 2022-2023 CIP budget. We will recap, if you will, the impact of what it means to our fiscal year 2022-23 revenues and expenses, and a discussion of next steps. I will say today that this is not an action item. This is just to provide you an update. The board is set to consider the budget and its rate resolution at its June 27th a regular board meeting. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Just to recap of the process that we have taken to date here for the fiscal year 22-23, you can see that we have met with the board for a series of workshops here. Beginning back in January, we did discuss our budget schedule and priorities. And at that time, we also made note of those dates and opportunities to our customer agencies so that they could participate along the way if they choose to. But more specifically, we had a workshop for them at the end of the period of time on April 28th. But just to recap what each of those workshops were, again, on January 19th, we also provided the budget priorities. So understanding sort of what those budget priorities are and having sort of that concurrence from the board of directors as that is where we see the direction moving forward for the district, we were then taking that cue to be able to develop the budget as was appropriate to support that. On February 23rd, we did talk about the labor and benefits, as well as our memberships and sponsorships and our participation in them. On March 9th, 10th, and 16th, we did review each of the program budgets as noted there. On March 9th, we just reviewed the recycle water operations and the technical planning budget. There's where we talked about began talking about the underlying assumptions for each of those items. So that included sort of what may have changed from what period of time, to showing a breakdown of individual accounts, if you will, to showing the FTE associated with it, and sort of some trend analysis over the last few years associated with it. So similarly, we did that with the technical planning, really laying out, if you will, some really important studies that we think are important as West Basin looks to its future for how to continue to serve its communities and providing that high quality water that we serve. On March 10th, we looked at our public information and education budget as well as our water use efficiency budget. And it was in each of these workshops, including the one on March 16th, where we discussed the water policy and resource development as well as overhead. We did receive input from the board of directors, and we did try to incorporate those inputs into the conversation that we've had here. On April 6th, we then talked about our water sales assumption. As we know, going through a drought situation, we want to make sure that we are indicating the right level of water sales assumption, since we are primarily served, if you will, by water rates and charges associated with that. So understanding the impact of the drought that has on there, what our trend has been, what are we currently experiencing on our water sales, both on our imported as well as our recycled water sales, was important for us to understand that underlying assumption. Then it was on April 13th that we then took all of that information from our individual workshops, and then we provided that summary to the board. And this is where we provided the first sort of glance, if you will, sort of what the overall expenses are, as well as what the revenues could be as well. And not only including those from the water rates and charges, but also other revenues we received. You already heard today about the standby charge as one of those key elements, where again, we see ourselves in a position where we used to receive 10 million, now we're at 6 million. And so understanding that impact to the overall budget, along with, again, our other fixed service charges, including those with the capital, where we have refinery agreements with them. Following that, on April 20th, we had a review of our capital improvement program, what those projects are, and just to try to sort of the overall sense of where it was. There was a series of questions that were identified at that workshop, and I will say that at our May E&O meeting, we did try to provide some updates to that particular questions that were raised at the April 20th, but it provided you not only the information for the fiscal year 22-23, but the 5-year forecast of where we anticipate CIP to be. So understanding the full effect, if you will, of what our costs could be not only today, but into the future, and the decisions that we make today, how important they are to understand where we are going as a future. And with that said, on April 27th, we also looked at our long-range financial plan. In that long-range financial plan, we also take a look at not only the CIP and the impact of the CIP and how could we afford it? Would it be from rates? Would it be from reserves? Would it be from issuing debt? All of that was still sort of under review as we continue to evaluate our CIP program. But we also looked at our water sales assumptions as well as those future rate increases that we are anticipating for Metropolitan Water District. As you know, we do pass through the rates and charges from Metropolitan Water District onto our customers, and so understanding that impact, what that means to us individually as a water agency may be different from the overall 5% effective rate that they talk about at Metropolitan. It does affect West Basin as a water wholesaler, I should say, on a very different basis, and we can go through that as well. And as I mentioned, on April 28th, we did invite our customers specifically to come and listen to sort of a recap of all those workshops. So if they had not necessarily participated in any of the workshops prior to that, they certainly could hear all of that recap in that one period of time. I will note that each of these workshops have been posted onto our website. So if you go under the Finance tab, go under Financial Reports, all of those presentations are noted there. You click on the link, you get to the presentation as well as the presentation itself. So you can see the recording from each of those items. All right, let's move on to the next slide, please. As I mentioned, in that series of workshops, we have been engaging the board to try to receive their input and to incorporate those input into the conversation. So any responses that we've had with the board, or inquiries that we've had with the board, we've tried to respond to those inquiries. And with our questions that the customers had, we've also tried to address that as well. And along the way, we have made adjustments to our budget to reflect those underlying assumptions based on the board's direction. So should we want to move to, let's say, an in-person only for our Rainbow program, where we were going to be hybrid before, what would be that cost impact, and how did that impact, was that incorporated, if you will, into the budget? But along the way, as you know, the board has heard through our engineering and operations meeting and through the regular board meetings the challenges that we've had on our commodities, in particular as it relates to our chemicals. We've seen significant increases in our chemical costs, as well as our sludge hauling, which we've had to incorporate quite sizable increases, and so we've made those changes along the way as well. We were also very cognizant of the fact that we need to provide sensitivity analysis around our rates and charges, and also our water sales assumption. Again, we feel comfortable in the assumptions that were there, but we were asked by the board to provide some sensitivity analysis around water sales assumption so that we can look at a 5% reduction on our imported retail sales. And as I mentioned, we also try to provide a long-term view associated with that, as well as a rating agency perspective. That rating agency perspective was shared with by our financial advisors at our April 27th meeting. In that, again, we want to make sure that the decisions made today are decisions that impact us, could impact us into the future. Should we make certain decisions today, how would that affect us into the future? All right, let's move on to the next slide here. Passing by the next page, 2 pages. Thank you. Next one. Thank you. So there are a couple items that was been asked by the board, and these are our opportunities to share you that update there. One was that, again, with our new general manager coming on board in April, we wanted to give him the opportunity to take a look at and assess our organizational structure. And so he has been looking at his executive team structure, as well as evaluating time of any open positions. And so we are looking at trying to see how we can incorporate those decisions along in the conversation. As I shared at the F&A meeting just last week, we did have some additional savings from the time that we had before. We are showing a reduction overall from year over year, about almost $700,000. But since we met with you in February, again, we've made some additional cuts of around $243,000. That includes both your labor and benefits. On bullet number 2, incorporate higher anticipated costs relating to the recycled water program. For the chemical price and for the sludge hauling, as I mentioned, very significant increases. From a budget perspective, from the chemical prices, we had a budget about $10 million. When we first presented it to you in March, on March 9th, it was about $13 million. Today, with the latest increases that we've seen from our chemical prices, including the one that you saw today, we continue to see those impacts from the customers. We're almost at $14.7 million. Quite a sizable increase, and we've tried to address that in this year's budget. On sludge hauling, similar story there. $1.5 million was the budget for fiscal year 21-22. We thought it would be about $1.8 million when we presented to you on March 9th. However, today we see that closer to $2.8 million. So again, another sizable increase, an increase in our recycled water costs of about $2.3 million. On the third bullet point there, we have a cost that we included in the budget in the when we presented it on March 9th. This was the understanding that we were still in, and are continuing to still be in conversations with the City of Los Angeles as it relates to their MBR project and how we are a partner with them in that conversation. However, since the time that we met with you formally as a workshop on April 27th, we did receive notice from the City of Los Angeles that they are looking to invoice us for $2.5 million this year, which as a result of that, if we're going to incur it in this fiscal year, report it as an expense in this fiscal year, therefore we would no longer need it in next fiscal year, and we have therefore reduced the budget by $2.5 million. But in addition to those changes that I talked about above, we did work with the general manager to get comfortable with the information that has been shared with the board prior to his arrival, so that he can get comfortable with the expenses as well. As I mentioned, one of them is in direct response to the board's request for us to look at the Rain Barrel program and by conducting them all in person, and that is at a savings of about $51,000. In addition to that, as it's noted here, we talked about it being pending grants, but since then, as you heard last week, we did receive notification from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation that we did receive $385,000 grant. It's a 2-year program, and so some of those savings, some of those income can be offset some of our expenses there. So as a result of that, we had fully anticipated that we could see the success in that area, but we did make some reduction in that particular program. As we move forward in recognizing that grant, we can see how that those costs can be offset from there. In addition to that, we had about another $153,000 in cuts. So again, we've really tried to make some cost containment measures at a time where I know there's sensitivity about rates out there, increases, but we are dealing with an inflationary times with 7%, over 7% there, and we are experiencing it as well. And as we've seen it with our colleagues in other places, including Metropolitan Water District, we ourselves are finding ourselves in a position to try to see how we can manage through those. So as a result of that, if we can turn to the next slide, please. We are recommending the following rates and charges for the board's consideration. And again, no decision being made today, but to be made at the June 27th board meeting. First of all, we would pass through the Metropolitan Water rates and charges. As a result of the cost-cutting measures that we had done before, we would reduce our fixed service charge down to $6.3 million, resulting in about $260,000 savings, which is effectively, even though it's a fixed service charge, if we divide it by our anticipated acre fee, that's about a $2 reduction on our rates if it had been collected as a rate. We did increase our recycled water rates in line with, if you will, with the agreements that we have with our refineries and with the Water Replenishment District for the sales to the West Coast barrier. But we've also tried to really adjust, if you will, those recycled water sales to reflect the higher cost increases there. As we shared with you on March 9th, and as we continue to see that evolve as far as the costs relating to the recycled water program, our costs for our recycled water costs, our unit cost, I should say, has gone up about $300 per acre foot when you compare it from last year to this year. So again, a pretty sizable increase when you just sort of take total recycled water costs divided by acre feet. And then we are recommending an increase in reliability service charge of about 4.9% or $12. And as I mentioned to you, or as you see in the bullets here, that is to reflect for a few reasons. One is that it provides us some additional PAYGO funding for approximately about $1.4 million. It considers rate management over a period of time. Again, as I talked about it, rates is not a single year consideration, it's a long-term perspective. And so if we are in a position to have minor increases along the way, we will not find ourselves in a situation where we have to necessarily adjust them at some later point and be in a position to have to do it. Again, it reflects our current inflation. And it also does consider the fact that we've had some impacts from our supply chain disruptions, and we've seen significant cost increases associated with that. It also provides us the opportunity to really create that buffer in there. So should, again, we find ourselves in some difficult times, you again just heard about water sales assumptions and the reduction because of the severe drought conditions. That could be one reason that impacts our budget, but also the fact that cost increases are continuing to increase, and we're trying to, in some way, try to keep up with that. So if I could, I just wanted to take you to page, the next page, please, page 211. So on 211 here, I do want to reflect that this is to provide you an overall view of our effective rate impact. It's not necessarily how the rates necessarily come across to you, but I do want to understand what that 5% increase on the Metropolitan Water rate increase means to West Basin, to provide you that, and then to show you what we have tried to accomplish with the rate considerations for our West Basin only. So first, to the top line there, we have the MWD imported water Tier 1 rates. Today, we're at 1,143. Metropolitan Water District Board did take action in April. Originally, they had an 8% recommendation, but after some deliberation and for some considerations, they came up with some scenarios, but they did eventually approve a overall 5% rate increase. However, when that 5% increase is looked on the specific individual rates and charges for the West Basin the imported Tier 1 rate from Metropolitan Water District, it goes up to $1,204. You can see that's a $66 increase. That reflects a 5.8% increase. So
it's 1,209.
Sorry, 1,209. My appreciation. Thank you. Don't make a mistake. On the MWD RTS charge, I wanted just to note that is a fixed charge to us. It's about $11 million. We do collect it on a variable basis. So in order to do that, we need to understand sort of, again, the underlying assumptions there. One is that for Metropolitan Water District, they did approve a rate increase of $140 million in collections on our RTS, up to $154 million on their RTS collections from our member agencies. So that's one factor that's there. The second is our prorated share of that portion, and our prorated share has also increased from 7.8% up to 8.1%. And when we looked at that component there, as well as looking at the acre feet that we would use to divide in order to collect it, and noting also that it's changes on a calendar year basis and we're on a fiscal year basis, we did note that that rate, in order to collect enough money to be able to pay off that fixed cost, it would need to increase from $100 today to $121. So therefore, you can see a $21 increase there. Again, this is just to, so you see overall, we see an $87 increase on MWD's effective rates and charges. Overall, a 6.9% increases when you consider also the capacity charge. On the last two, or the next two items or rows, if you will, is the reliability service charge. That is West Basin's charge in order to pay for its programs, activities, and projects. Today we're at $245. We are recommending it to go up to $257. So you can see it going up that $12 there. And as I already mentioned, the fixed service charge effectively, while it is a fixed cost to us, if you convert it on a per acre foot basis, it goes down from $62 to about $60 there. So you can see net effect to the West Basin rates and charges is about $10. So overall, you can see that the overall impact to the district here is about 6.1% increase. Again, most of that coming from Metropolitan Water District. So before I turn it over to Barkev, who will then share about the CIP, there was some discussion about where do we need to be going as it relates to our CRP projects. Again, there's been a lot of discussion about the future of West Basin and how would we look forward to that. So Barkev will provide you a number of scenarios there to help us to understand where it is. Once we understand sort of the scenarios are there, then I will come back and share with you our funding approach to that. This does provide us just the funding approach for the 1 year. Keep in mind, too, that as we move forward on these projects, in order for us to be ready for, that next step, if you will, for where we are West Basin, having those assets in good position is what we're striving to do and what staff is recommending. And with that, I'll turn it over to Barkev to take the next few slides.
Thank you, Margaret, and good afternoon, President Deere, members of the board, members of the public. I'll start the slides on the CIP budget on packet page 213. We thought to start the discussion with a recap of some of the factors that go into the selection of the particular projects and the proposal of the budget for the next fiscal year and the next 5 years. And some of those factors you see here before you, we take into consideration the projects that are in the construction phase, they're underway. We look at projects that come off of contractual obligations, whether that's quality or quantity, and some of these other factors. If we go to the next slide, we can give some examples to each of these factors. So again, project underway. A couple of examples of that is the JMM microfiltration expansion and the PV lateral project. Both projects that are underway and received approval by the board. Contractual obligations, those are high priority projects that may have some refinery funding associated with it. A list of projects that comes from the operations department, and what they look at is some of the proposed projects that could help with the cost of operation, with the water quality that we produce, and with revenues, or overall production and revenues associated with it. We also take into consideration some planning documents that we've prepared in the past that look into specific criteria associated with each project, safety criteria, reliability, compliance, and costs. And then also there are some projects. Sure. Also, there are projects that come through board directives. An example of that is the cost analysis that we presented to the board about the brewery to Salter more than a year ago, and as a result, the board directed staff to decommission the facility. So we considered all of these factors, and if we go to the next slide, what we did in the April 20th workshop, the CIP budget workshop, is we proposed capital budget. We can go to packet page 215, please. We proposed a capital budget of $57.9 million, and in this presentation today, we're calling that scenario 1. That's the original plan that was proposed, and what that did is the $57.9 million covers a slew of projects, some that have external funding sources and others that don't. In this particular slide deck, what we're doing is presenting 2 other alternatives, 2 other scenarios, and we're going to talk about those in the next few slides. Scenario 2 is, if you will, is kind of like the reduced scope, and what that has is the projects that have some district commitments, and some dollars associated with consulting services and construction services that the board already awarded. In addition to those types of projects, it also includes the PV lateral project, which the board approved based on the significant amount of external funding that we've received for the project. So that's scenario 2, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next couple of slides. Scenario 3 includes the projects in scenario 2, plus a few more. And that includes a couple of recycled water pipeline extensions for the cities of Carson and Gardena, and a few more R&R type of projects that have some refinery funding associated with them, as well as a commissioning of a study that looks into potentially putting in a building, an administrative building at the Edwards Citadel plant. And so what we've estimated in scenario 2 would be $35.2 million for next fiscal year, and the CIP budget for scenario 3 would be $45.6 million in the next fiscal year. So let's quickly go to the next slide to do a recap of scenario 1, the scenario that we had proposed at our April 20th workshop. And you can see what that budget includes. Includes 19.5 of new infrastructure, $19.5 million associated with new infrastructure for treatment assets, $11.4 million for new infrastructure associated with purple pipe extensions, and then $25.8 million of R&R projects. And it also includes a bucket for capital asset replacements at our facilities. The big thing to note here are the two big projects we mentioned in the past, the Carson expansion project and the PV lateral. If you were to take both of those, $25.9 million almost, and at the time, for scenario 1, it accounts for 45% of that $57.9 million. On the next slide, what we also said is that this 57.9 is associated to more dollars if you look at it on a 5-year basis, because a lot of these projects are multi-year projects spanning different phases, planning, design, construction, and then commissioning. And what we said is that 57.9 would be associated with a $157 million expenditure over the next 5 years. So that's scenario 1. I want to talk a little bit more about scenario 2. And on the next slide, on packet page 218, there's a lot of information on this slide. But essentially, in summary, what this slide says is that we have 5 projects that are in the construction phase in that first line, worth $20 million of expenditure in the next fiscal year that are in the construction phase right now. So for scenario 2, when we're talking about committed projects, we're putting those 5 projects in the construction phase in the committed bucket. There are a few more projects that are in design. The PV is one of those. And then 5 other projects that are currently in design. And we're saying that we would continue the consulting services on those 5 projects, but then stop it and bring those projects back to the board to see whether we want to proceed with them and how we want to proceed with them. And the same goes for the planning phase. There's one project there on the planning phase, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next slide. And then last but not least is a little bit more than $3.1 million, $3.1 million, correct, for capital asset replacements. Again, those are the membranes that need to be replaced, IT type of replacement type of projects or implementation projects, and then projects associated with replacement of certain items at the DLD building, boilers, if you will, and HVAC units, so on and so forth. So on the next slide, you'll see what those projects are that are currently in design and planning that are in the committed bucket, because there are dollars that we have awarded to a consulting firm. They're doing some design work associated with these. These projects will move into construction with the board approval, and that would be the next phase. So that's scenario 2. If we were to look at, okay, what is scenario 3? We said again, scenario 3 is the same projects that are in scenario 2 plus a few more. So the next packet, page 220, what I would point out to, here we go. There are 2 projects that are currently in design phase to the tune of $5.5 million. Those are ones that we included in scenario 3. And we'll talk about these projects some more. There's another 7 projects under planning. Altogether, if you add this project in scenario 3 to the previous one, it adds $10 million to next year's budget. It moves it from $35 million to $45 million. So what are those projects that are in planning and design that we are proposing to include in scenario 3, the recommended scenario, if you will? On the next slide, you'll see on the bottom left, there's the study to look at potentially conceptual designs for an administrative building at the Edward C. Little facility. And recently we had some comments and some direction from the F&A committee to look into having a discussion before we proceed into expending that money and awarding that contract. On the top right, those are the two projects associated with the recycled water extensions, and I have a slide after this one that will talk more about those. And then the other 7 projects that you see here on the bottom right are high priority projects, R&R type of projects that we managed to secure some refinery funding for as part of the last 2 amendments in refinery agreement, one with Chevron and one with the Torrance refining company. Let's talk about these a little bit more on the next slide. The 2 recycled water pipeline extensions that we are proposing. These 2 projects, we've submitted applications to receive funding through the Army Corps of Engineers program, and while it looks like we're going to be receiving to the tune of $4.8 million towards these 2 projects. The first one, the Mills Park project, is really a 3,000 feet pipeline that would extend recycled water to a park in the city of Carson and a school in the city of Carson, converting 35 acre-feet per year to recycled water use. And the second project, North Gardena Lateral, again, this one also would extend a 3,700 feet pipeline to a park and a middle school in the city of Gardena. And that would convert about 24 acre-feet per year of potable use to recycled water use. And it's worth noting that that West Basin will seek to obtain more grant funding to see if we can cover the 25% West Basin's portion towards this project. Also in scenario 3 on the next slide, we talked about the R&R type of projects that we managed to secure some funding from the refinery in the past. There was some good discussion at the E&O committee about our approach towards R&R projects. Because there are a few of them, we want to be able to not have any regrets with spending money on renewing or replacing or upgrading a certain facility, knowing that we might be receiving an improved water quality from the city of LA at some point, whether that's 15, 20 years from now or sometime earlier, maybe it's 5 or 10 years from now. And that could make a difference. If it's sooner than some of these R&R projects, there might be some sunk costs associated with those. If it's further away, if it's 15, 20 years from now, then that sunk cost risk becomes much lower. And so what we did here is that those projects that we're proposing in scenario 3, we asked the question, will we have stranded assets with potential MBR, higher quality water coming in from the city of LA? And most of them, the answer to that question is no. There's a couple of them no with an asterisk, meaning that we have to really think about the project and do it in a way where there isn't an impact. And then the last one is rehabbing our filtration facilities. And yes, if we get the MBR water in 5 years or 10 years, there's going to be some sunk costs associated with those because we're not going to need those filters anymore. But if we're going to get them 15 and 20 years from now, we need to stay compliant in the meantime, and therefore we need to rehab them. So that's the big question that we need to ask them. And we're looking forward to having those discussions in more detail with the board members and the E&O committee moving forward. What we also did for scenario 3 and 2 is there are several R&R types of projects that we had initially looking to implement and then look to recover the costs after the fact with the refineries when the refinery agreements are renewed. Based on the comments, and we're on packet page 224. And those are projects that were selected, again, for different reasons, but there's considerations of safety, compliance, interruption, O&M costs, revenue loss. So these 12 projects, what we're, based on the comments that we received from board, we are changing the approach to these projects based on scenario 3. And the approach now would be, with the adoption of scenario 3, would be to receive refinery funding first for these projects and approval first, then implement the projects themselves. That could have some risk associated with that. Again, if it could increase the chances of interruption, it could just increase the chances of compliance in certain aspects, but that would be the risk that we would take on with this new approach. So in summary, again, we have the 3 scenarios on the next page on 225. Scenario 1 being the adopted, originally proposed $57.9 million. Scenario 2 being only what's committed to this date. And scenario 3 is the revised staff recommendation and the GM recommendation for the next fiscal years for $45.6 million in fiscal year 22-23. With that, I'll turn it back to Margaret to talk about our funding approach.
And before we move off of this slide, I just would like to, kind of repeat my comments from the last presentation on this very slide, which was that I support scenario 3 and the response that staff provided here, insofar as taking a look at what we proposed under scenario 1 and identifying what are those projects that perhaps can wait, albeit with some level of risk that we might take on, and keep in those that perhaps have some level of justification to go forward. So the difference between scenario 2 and scenario 3 are those few projects that we feel are appropriate to go forward on. And so I'm prepared to, I am supporting scenario 3, but I'm also prepared to look at each of those projects before we spend any money on them in an internal GM review meeting to vet these at a very detailed level before we proceed. Having that said, I'd like to turn it over to Margaret to continue.
Thank you so much. Well, if we could take ourselves to the next slide, 226, please. So what does this mean to the district now that we've understand that there are 3 scenarios here, and there's been some question about how will we fund with these projects? And again, we're just talking about fiscal year 22-23. So under scenario 1, and this is a new slide from what we had presented to you last week at FNA, and in response to the director's request to see a little bit more detail to break down that first section, if you will, the external funding and loans. So again, we thought it would be important for you just to see that how are we intending to fund them is $28.7 million under scenario 1 or scenario 3. The difference in scenario 2 is because of some certain projects where we would not have necessarily refinery contribution because we would not be moving forward with those projects there. But you can see about $9.8 million coming from grants. We have about $9.6 million coming from the state revolving a low interest loan. We have about $6.8 million coming towards specifically contributions, customer contributions to our 2 projects there, and some minor costs associated with it too. And then the refinery contribution, and those are based off of agreements we already have with the refineries that states that as we move forward with those projects that they would pay a certain portion of those costs. You can see that is about $2.5 million. So what would come from the district then, or how would we fund the balance of the projects that is described in each scenario 1, 2, and 3, is first of all the available pay-go funding. And what that essentially means is that it's our net reserve. So once we take all of our revenues that we've talked about, and we'll show that to you in a moment, you take all of those revenues, you subtract out your operating costs, you subtract out your debt service costs, you get to a balance of $7.7 million. So this does presume that we pass through all rates and charges from Metropolitan Water District. It does reflect the reduction in our fixed service charge. It does take into consideration our other revenues, and it does take into consideration that our reliability service charge would have that increase from $245 per acre foot to $257. But in addition to that, there has been some comment that we need to take a look at our own reserves on being able to pay these projects. So today we see here on each of these scenarios here that we are drawing on our reserves. Depending upon, again, the level of activity that we have, either in scenario 1, 2, or 3, you can see the different amounts there. So about $10.5 million would come from our under scenario 1, 1.3 million under scenario 2, and then the scenario 3 would have about $9.2 million. To round out for scenario 1, even with sort of those draws, if you will, and using our net revenues, we would, if we were to move forward with scenario 1, we would still recommend us issuing commercial paper. I know there's been some comments made that while we continue to see where we are going into the future, we may want to hold off on that, and that's why scenario 2 and 3 are here in the picture as well to take a look in that. And so you can see here that there are use of our net revenues. We're taking full advantage of our grants, as well as drawing on our reserves in both scenario 2 and 3. $9.2 million does represent about 11% reduction, if you will, on our net revenues, on our reserves. And so it's a quite, I'll say, significant chunk, if you will, in 1 year, knowing very well, as our BARCAP had laid out on page 217, we have a 5-year program here. So as we continue to keep the integrity of our system, to meet the needs of our contractual requirements, as well as these, making sure that those assets are available for us as we partner with our regional partners. We want to make sure that we're not making decisions, again, not just for the 1 year, but for looking at on the long-term perspective. So we did add some additional slides here, and if I can ask you to go to the next slide here on 227. And so on 227, we wanted just to provide you a little bit more details there. It was specifically asked, well, where are we getting these monies from? So we tried to put a lot of information on the slide, but to try to give you a sense of sort of where do we anticipate these monies coming from. So if you will, their first column there is their overall contributions there, overall amounts, and then where we anticipate them in fiscal year 22-23 are in the next 4 columns. So you can see that some of the times the overall number is much higher than, if you will, than what you see in fiscal year 22-23, and that's because we've already have been recognizing some of those revenues in previous years, such as the Chevron. We've seen some significant monies being pulled in for some of those projects that BARCAP has shared about, which were currently maybe in the planning or design phase, but there are certainly projects into the future. But then you see most of them may also be costs that are revenues that we may see in future years, but that provides you sort of the overall effect that you see here. So hopefully that provides you the level of detail that you were looking for. And again, not only shows you the overall, because I know you've seen those numbers, but how we anticipate them in fiscal year 22-23. And you'll see that those numbers that you have there, the 9.8, 9.6, 6.8, and the 2.5, if you were to go to the previous slide, you would see that those numbers should align to those pages there. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next slide, please. So now over to our summary of our operating revenues. Again, this here is to provide you the summary of our, and we're on page 229, summary of our revenues, what it looks like for us when you compare the adopted budget for fiscal year 21-22 to our recommended budget for 22-23. Most notably, you see the biggest increase there is on our imported water purchases. As you heard, most of that increase is coming through from the Metropolitan Water District increase that you see there. Capacity charge, we do try to make sure, again, because that is a pass-through cost, that our revenues and expenses generally align on that. You can see the fixed service charge where, again, because we've made cuts, we see a reduction in the revenues here. On recycled water sales, based off of the acre feet that we've had and maximizing the rates that we can per our agreements, and to the extent that we're able to increase it to the unit cost on those that are not per agreement. You can see about $1 million increase there. Our standby charge, I kind of mentioned that to you today. Typically we've been receiving about $10 million. You see that that's going to about $6.1 million in 22-23. And then you see the other revenues that we have there, including interest earnings, member agency incentives, and refinery reimbursement. That last one is under an agreement as well. So all told, you can see about $236 million is our revenues for the fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget. And if we can go to the next slide, please. The next slide here shows you the operating expenses. Again, you'll see that the big increase there is one under your imparted purchases. You can see that it's gone up about $9 million. That capacity charge there is, again, that $2.4 million, similar to what you saw on the previous slide. Recycled water costs, as I mentioned to you previously, we've seen a sizable increase in our recycled water costs, going from $42.5 million up to almost $51 million in just 1 year, and seeing where we're at with that. And the other costs that you see there, the technical planning, public information, education, water policy, resource management, water use efficiency, all of those are programs that we've discussed, like I said, in our March workshops with you. Sometimes you see sort of a reflection of sort of ups or downs, if you will, and that's just how we allocate our labor. So as people are moving on to working on to different projects, again, being program-based allows us to use our staff, our limited number of individuals, to work across, if you will, departments to help out and support the efforts that you see here. The last thing I wanted just to point out to you is on our designated fund / PAYGO. So again, that represents that net revenues. This year in fiscal year 21-22, the amount of monies that we would be able to invest back into this system would be in about $14.3 million. And you can see that that is down to about $7.7 million. And if you will, if we go back to just a few slides, that $7.7 million is the same number that I shared with you on how we would use that towards our CIP projects, regardless if we're under scenario 1, 2, or 3, based off of the recommended rates and charges. So I have one more slide to share with you before next steps, and that it has to do with our overall budget summary. So if we can go to the next slide here. So when you put all those numbers together, what does that look like? And again, as we shared with you, it is about the underlying assumptions, but it's also making sure that we achieve our financial metrics, because those financial metrics are very important for us to be able to maintain our AA status rating. And that AA status rating is very important, especially as we continue to look to invest into the future, be it these projects that you hear today or those that we are envisioning with our regional partners, if you will. We want to make sure we have the highest rating as possible to have the lowest cost of borrowing. With that said, you can see that even with the revenues and expenses that we see here, we show a debt coverage ratio of about 1.36. Now, while that is above our legal debt covenant, we know from conversations with our credit rating agencies, as well as, to our working with our financial team and looking to our peers, we know that we need to get something higher than that in order to make sure that we are considered to be a AA category. That being said, we also are very cognizant of what is around us happening there, and we are in a position to say that while we did not achieve our target of 1.75, we do feel comfortable that in this in-between time where we're transitioning, if you will, the 1.36 is a manageable one for us to be able to do, and continue to work with the board to understand those projects that are there so that we can make sure how we invest into those future years. So with that, as I mentioned, you take those revenues, you take those expenses, you get that net revenue of 7.7. That does provide us a 1.36. Our projected numbers there are just that, projected. The board is not taking, even in the action they take in June, will not take any action in those future years. But is it, again, as I mentioned, very important for us to take a look at what is the impact of future years based off of the decisions for today. So again, you can see for the next 2 years, so we still are not achieving our targeted debt coverage. We are able to increase slightly, if you will, at our net revenues, or at least we're projecting to do so. But even when you take a look at these numbers here, even if we look to that slide where we show that 5-year forecast of projects, if we're moving forward with those projects as shown there, and again, I know that's still under review, but if we're moving forward with those projects there, we still do not have enough net revenues that is going to come in to pay for some of these projects here. And as a result of that, we, again, need to take that long-term view, make sure that we're ready for it. We have been very fortunate that this year and the next year we will have sizable amounts of sort of one-time money coming in to pay for projects. But on a go-forward basis, we have a lot of R&R projects that is going to look to West Basin to see how we can be able to manage those costs going forward. So with that, I'll just take us to the last few slides here, which is a couple more slides, please. Our next steps. As mentioned to you already, we are going to be just having this as an information item today, but again, we will be coming to the board in June, where we will present first to the Finance and Administration Committee our final recommended water rate resolution, and then also our budget document. The budget document just really is putting down on paper, if you will, the words that I have shared with you over the last 6 months or 5 months, by that point 6 months, but just to share with you what that means and provides us the context behind the numbers. But it is on June 27th that we will seek the board's approval to adopt the water rate resolution for fiscal year 22-23, as well as adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budget before our fiscal year begins on July 1. And with that, we've also, in consultation with the general manager, have said to come back to you in the mid-year, in December timeframe, to do a mid-year review. Again, we are dealing with a number of questions that are out there regarding what is our water sales going to be, what is the increasing costs going to be on our recycled water operations, and even the discussion around the CIP, what is the impact? And we can provide an update to you in the mid-year to provide you where are we at that point in time to see what we need to do. And with that, that takes me to the end of my remarks, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have to say, it's been a long time. You and your staff have been very thorough. And I don't know if we ever spent as much time as we have this year on the budget, but you guys have done a great job. This to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. How much a question from our colleagues?
No, thank you. Great job.
Okay, well, this is just for information, so nothing, no motion required, right? I hear someone trying to talk at the end of the.
I can't hear you.
I have some comments. I think I'll be repeating myself from comments that I made at the previous discussions of this of the budget. With respect to the CIP, I don't think that we need to move forward with scenario 3. I respect the general manager's recommendation, but I think scenario 2 is fine for where we are right now, and until we decide what the true direction of the agency is, and if we ever have an agreement for a long-term supply of water beyond 2026 at the Etsy Little plant, we don't need to be spending a lot of money. In looking at a breakdown of the funding, I appreciate the breakdown now of the external funding loans. The state revolving loan, low interest loans, those are 20-year loans.
You stuck me on that one. I believe they're slightly longer. I want to
25.
I will
Either
be
one or the other.
correct. I know there's also 30 years out there, but I don't think we have 30 year. But I will confirm with you and get back to you, Director Alvarez.
Okay.
My apologies.
So that's long-term debt that would be adding to our existing long-term debt of almost $200 million.
Correct. We're about 195 million today. Correct.
And so I think that we might want to reconsider taking on any more long-term debt. And I would support that be paid for. If we move forward with those projects, and instead of taking out the low interest loans, that we use our reserves for that. Because low interest or high interest is still long-term debt that the district's going to have to deal with. And our ability to pay off that long-term debt was is going away with the settlement of the what's the name of the litigation?
Standby charge.
The standby charge, but the name of the
Rastegard?
Rastegard, or the Rastegard litigation. So a lot of that ability to pay off debt disappeared. So that would be the position that I will be supporting. I think that we need to make more cuts internally in our own operational activities. I know that the board has gone through and looked at things as sponsorships and so on, and decided that the level that is currently being presented in the budget is sufficient. I do have issues with that. I think we should do more in terms of reducing our overall expenditures in those directions. Then, with respect to the overall operating expenses and revenues, I would like to note that the recycled water sale, in terms of operating revenues projected for 22-23 is $42 million, but the expenses of for the recycled water operations is almost $51 million. That's a significant difference, and that's being funded basically by our portable water sales. So portable water sales are being used to fund and subsidize recycled water, the majority of which goes to refineries and owned by large oil companies, which should be paying their own freight. I think that in itself is something to keep in mind because that shifts the burden. Although you can argue, well, it might not be that large in terms of a monthly amount, it still shifts the burdens to the water consumers. And albeit we have a fairly well-to-do demographic, we still do serve a significant amount of folks that aren't quite as well off as those that's living in some of the beach cities, etc. And their cost of water has gone up, will continue to go up, and they're not in the same position to bear those costs. So I think we ought to keep in mind what the cost of water is to some of our disadvantaged communities. And I think we ought to be able to do better overall. Last, in looking at the proposed rate increase, I think that the rate increase that's being considered is larger than I would support, and I would throw out that maybe before you bring this back for final board approval, that we do nothing with the rate increase right now and defer that to the mid-year budget review. The metropolitan water rates will not go into effect until January 1 of 2023. So therefore, we will not be incurring that expense. And it would be best to just keep the water rates as they are, evaluate the situation at the end of the year, and determine what kind of a rate increase we would be moving forward with. And I would think that would be better serving our community. So those are my comments, what I would like to see come back. And one last comment, I would like to see a budget that's presented with a higher level of detail along what I always refer to as a line item budget, instead of having these pots of money where everything is designated to specific items. Those are what I would like to see come back at the next two meetings before we're asked to adopt the budget.
Any other comments from directors? Director Houston?
All I wanted to say is I already made most all my comments at the FNA meeting back on, I think it was the 18th of May, so everything's there. So staff knows how I feel, and I think scenario number 3 is the best option from my perspective. And I would prefer that we do keep things in the context we do now, though, with the way we approve the rates. I'd rather not do something for a partial and then come back halfway through and try something else later, because I just think that continuity is extremely important. So I do respect what Director Alvarez said, but I just think that throws another wrench into the whole scenario. we need to, of course, have, our workshop, whatever we're going to call that at some point with the general manager to figure out the long-term direction of the agency. So right now, we have to get through this. That's my opinion. So I'm happy with where it's at thus far, and I know you guys had some directives that came out of last meeting that you can provide us, but I just wanted to restate that. So everything I said, for the most part, was on the 18th.
And if I could just clarify on the rates and charges. With the Metropolitan Water District charges, we are reflecting that those charges would remain in effect today. The today numbers would remain in effect until the end of the calendar year, and that the new rates would go in effect on January 1 when Metropolitan changes its rates. So we're not changing anything earlier. We are changing them on January. It is the West Basin rates and charges that we would then be reflecting on July 1 because we're on a fiscal year basis and we want to reflect our changes on a fiscal year basis. And so it's that fixed service charge where it reduces about $260,000. So that would be a reduction beginning on July 1, and it would be a real reduction to them because this is a fixed cost, or a fixed cost to them, a fixed revenue to us. It is on the variable portion, the revenue reliability service charge, that also would change on July 1. And if they continue to conserve and save and do their part to the drought, then they may not even see those increases come through. But thank you for the comments. And as far as the detail, yes, in the budget document that we would be providing the budget detail that we had previously shared with you at the March 9th, 10th, and 16th workshop, but we would be in the budget document that would show not only the program costs, but would also show the accounts that make up the details that reflects each of those programs. So if I just wanted to share those remarks.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, there's nothing that prohibits staff from working with board members prior to the meeting on certain docs and materials to at least so that the level of expectation is there rather than we get to the meeting and then the people are disappointed in what's presented. So am I off base here?
Well, in terms of the Brown Act, no, there's nothing preventing that. They just don't want to have a serial meeting where the staff member eventually talks to three people out of one notice meeting, but one-to-one, that's fine.
Yeah, because I think that what might help a lot, at least if I was, you all know me, you work with me now, if I had a specific thing, I will ask up front, and I think it might be good sometimes that staff can coordinate with the director to sort of ensure, is this where you want, is this what you're looking for on the level of detail in some of these meetings? Behind the scenes and up front before it gets to the public meeting. I'm just asking because, I don't want to see, unfortunately, that staff puts the efforts in and it's still not up to expectations of different board members. So I'm just asking if that's an option.
Sounds to me like that is an option, and so we could look at that.
Yeah. So I mean, again, and this is more Director Alvarez, but maybe you all can coordinate and talk ahead of time. It still may not be what he's exactly looking for, but I think that would be just one way to go. Because I know that if I was looking for something specific, I would probably do my best to tell you ahead of time, and hopefully you got it mostly where I want it by the time I got to the meeting.
Okay, any other comments?
Well, just to clarify Steve's response, you said provided it's one-on-one.
That's fine. The fear is, not the fear, but the concern that the Brown Act addresses is having a meeting outside of a notice situation. And a meeting is determined to be a majority of the board getting together at the same time to discuss district business. So that's why we have, an ad hoc committee has 2 members.
Right.
So a one-to-one with the staff member is not going to be a problem.
Right. Two board members also not a problem.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we have 2 board members that are a problem. That's got no issue. Subject.
Okay.
Seriously, any other comments? Again, there's no action to be taken on this. Is that right, Steve? Yeah.
It's just a simple item.
The summary is good. We appreciate very much the efforts of you. Okay, we are on item 11, receiving the file, and we have 22 items. Is there anything that the directors want to pull out for individual? And Director Alvarez, do you have anything?
Give me a minute.
Okay. Here's anything you want to pull? Director Williams, anything you want to pull out?
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't either at this time, but we'll see what else we have. Well, oh, there it is.
President Deere, Dr. Alvarez.
You ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were still.
There's two items here that really overlap, and
Give me the two numbers. We'll take them
yeah,
separately.
yeah, and don't need to pull it. I can make my comments. 11.2 and 11.18 both have to do with the West Basin headquarters relocation building, relocation update. And on those, that was held, the item was considered at the E&O committee and also at the Finance and Administration Committee meeting last week. And issues were raised about the direction that the architectural services contract, if it moves forward, is headed versus the needs of the district and what the board prefers. And one of the things that I thought was pretty much the direction was that we do need to have a special board meeting to address this issue before moving forward. And I'm just wondering if that is being scheduled.
That is the plan. I don't know that we've began reaching out on that specific workshop just yet,
Not yet.
but that is the plan.
So these items will not be moving forward until we have that workshop.
I think what we agreed to in the F&A meeting was that the real estate firm should go forward for June, and the A&E should be held off until we have that workshop so we could clarify the scope of those services and the options that we're going to evaluate.
There hasn't been any definite decision on any of the items regarding the building.
Well, we have a scope of what should be considered for the services, and it seems from that last F&A meeting that we should get together with the board to talk through that and make sure that we are focusing on the items that are of interest to the board.
Is there a motion to approve the receive and file agenda item 1 through 22? Second. Houston, seconded by Mr. Williams. Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Williams?
Yes.
Houston?
Yes.
Alvarez? Victor Gray? Not here yet. And as Chairman Deere, I say yes. So the vote is 4 yes, 1 abstention. General Manager's activities report.
Okay, well, I would like to share highlights of the month of May, part of April, which included attendance to the Aqua 2022 Spring Conference, which was a really fantastic event with attending the Federal Affairs Committee. I provided a self-introduction talk before the Region 8 Aqua Committee members. Also attended the Coalition to Solve the Water Crisis, which included a broad coalition of stakeholder agencies from Southern California region, as well as Ag, as well as North Cal. And we'll look into opportunities perhaps for West Basin to participate in that coalition for board consideration. One of the biggest values that I was told and I experienced was the networking opportunities that the conference brings, and so I have quite a bit of opportunity to meet my colleagues from peer agencies. Was also introduced to Ms. June Lopez, General Manager of Molten Niguel Water District, and she recruited me to become a member of the Aqua Membership Committee. And so I'm happy to participate and serve in that manner. And also had an opportunity to meet with our Sacramento lobbyists, Namela Pappas and Associates, our lobbyists in Sacramento, to kind of learn about a lot of the activities that they manage on our behalf, as well as networking events hosted by Alshire and Winder, NG, Carollo, and Brownstein. Also attended the Carson Chamber of Commerce State of the 35th Senate District address, which they hosted Senator Bradford, who highlighted his legislative activities and various Senate bills that he's authored. Two of which I'll highlight just real quickly. One on the decoupling of the water rates, which really helps to incentivize water agencies and investor-owned utilities in particular to not be faced with the dilemma of declining revenues in the face of conservation, and so therefore being able to continue to made whole in covering their fixed costs while also promoting the message of conservation. And then there was another Senate bill that caught my ear, which involved the ability to provide employment opportunities to those who may be coming out of the prison system. And I think that's something that's worth our consideration. I believe we actually have mechanisms in place through our project labor agreements to facilitate a wide range of employment opportunities for the public, which includes those who may have been incarcerated. I had the great opportunity of attending the Governor Newsom press conference, which occurred at the LA County Joint Pollution Control Facility in Carson, where he highlighted the drought, the response actions that have been called upon by the state, as well as the promotion for sustainable supply development. And it was a great opportunity for him to promote what Met has done in the way of creating an advanced water purification demonstration facility and recognizing that as a model going forward as an urgent response to the drought. In particular, the governor indicated the goal of having supplies delivered by 2028 and full build out by 2032. And so just knowing what we're planning to do and hearing the call from the governor really just creates the excitement about all that we're envisioning for our district and working with our partners in that way. Along those lines, the governor had a tour of the demonstration facility hosted by LA County's General Manager Robert Ferrantes, MWD's AGM Devin Apadier, and he was accompanied by State Senator Stephen Bradford, Carson Mayor Lula Davis Holmes, and Department of Water Resources Director Carla Nemeth. Let's see, in our area of our engineering and operations, we've already talked about the update with the Veolia contract and their acquisition of Suez, and we're looking forward to having them participate in a future board meeting to introduce their newly appointed facility plant manager, Linda Martinez, and we should also have their regional manager, David Schneider, as well as their CEO, Larry Cook, accompanying that particular presentation. We've also had a fire at our Hyperion secondary effluent pumping station. This occurred on May 7th. And so the likely cause is from an oil leak on pump number 3, which is one of the 4 older pumps. LA Fire Department responded. There were no injuries, no loss of service in terms of production to the Etsy Little plant. And we also had no violations in terms of operational compliance. But the pump number 3, which had the failure, appears to have had a failure of the upper oil bearing seal, and the motor has been pulled and inspections will be done to get down to the root cause of that. The preliminary investigation also identified some opportunities for facility improvements there. I've also met with our neighbors to the Etsy Little facility, the manager of Topgolf, and we've been discussing some odor complaint issues that are originating from the Etsy Little plant, impacting the brand new facility there. And we discussed different scenarios of how that might be addressed, either within mitigating measures within the Topgolf itself, and then some possibility of us coordinating our activities with them to see if there could be some way of mitigating that just from our scheduling of solids handling, which we believe might be the source of the odors, and then perhaps maybe a broader look, in terms of expertise, evaluating what can be done. In the area of our human resources, we implemented a lifting of the mask mandate. You can see that we have staff here who I thank and appreciate for being present in the room with you all. None of us are wearing masks. We lifted that mandate effective May 2nd, and we are currently evaluating telecommute policies as we, return from kind of a normalcy going forward. We've also hosted our annual employee recognition luncheon, which was really fantastic. Food, refreshments, 50s theme, live music, playing 50s hits. Really fun, exciting time to get together with staff, almost like a family reunion of sorts. Director Houston gave remarks appreciating staff for the important work that they do. I also provided a few remarks highlighting some of the history and legacy of the district. And ultimately, we provided service awards for the years of service of various employees who've reached milestones, and a video tribute commemorating the year and this passing year. And it's important, in events like that, to continue to maintain the high morale of a very dedicated workforce that we have here at District. Earlier, we talked about the diversity and as it relates to our AAPI celebration, and just having that family atmosphere and employees who are willing to go above and beyond to get the important work done that we do. So I want to just personally thank Michelle Green, Elisa Fidelio, and the PI team for making that a huge success. And then clearly today's AAPI celebration was really great, and that's kind of a reflection of our diversity, equity, and inclusion committee that Michelle leads. In our public information and education area, we've had quite a bit of activity there. Really want to just kind of highlight our news interview with KTLA Channel 5 as in the wake of the Mayor Garcetti's announcement to go to 2 days a week watering. I think many of the news outlets were looking for opportunities for water stories, and we were no exception. And so they reached out and were able to get Director Houston on short notice and did a live broadcast from the Etsy Little plant with a recording of an interview with Director Houston highlighting the severity of the drought, actions being taken, the benefit of our Etsy Little facility in the way of sustainability and regional supply, and the need for agencies to work together to pull in the same direction. We also had a reach out from the Canyon Chronicle news print media, and so we're working with them, and we've provided information and quotes from our division director in that division for Topanga. So we're getting the word out about water restrictions and how that relates to West Basin, and the importance of emphasizing all that we need to do to conserve water. We've had several staff presentations with the Palos Verdes Peninsula Association, the Lennox Coordinating Council meeting, and our Know Your Water class that was conducted. And so a lot of engagement in our public information space. Then on our water policy and legislation area, we've been working closely with LA Department of Water and Power and Metropolitan to understand the implications of the drought response measures. And you've heard about a lot of that with the report and the recommendations today. In addition, we've also been able to successfully get recognized from the Bureau of Reclamation, and we've talked about that earlier in today's meeting as well. Another item, in our water policy and ledge is recent development on in the WARDA. And so this is where the House Committee has marked up the WARDA Act for 2022. This is a very critical item, funding opportunity through the Army Corps of Engineers channel, so we monitor that very closely. And so the bill is, during this week's hearing, Representative Napolitano made remarks regarding the importance of WARDA and the value it brings to the district and LA County in general. Her remarks, she highlighted and recognized many of the leaders who helped along the way, and that included recognition of the West Basin Director and Metropolitan Chairwoman, Director Gray. So we do have a copy of the link to that video, and if there's any interest among the board to see that, we can certainly provide. So with that, final comments here, we have our ad hoc committees. The Brewer Desalter ad hoc, we've continued to make progress on demolishing the site. We have, I believe, an award that was just made today, so that'll allow us to start the demolition, which we anticipate to be a 60-day period. We're also working with WRD to expedite arrangements to make final payment of the sale of the water well for $1.5 million to transfer the ownership of that well to WRD. They do have some ideas and some suggestions that we can consider, and so we may be talking about that in the next ad hoc committee. And then lastly, we have our LA ad hoc committee, which I believe Director Alvarez made reference to earlier in our meeting about the arrangements between LA SAN, LA Department of Water Power, and our district in as far as long-term settlement of various items and establishing a way to work together. And so that we've had that meeting back in April. In the month of May, we have had some additional engagement. Director Alvarez meeting with representatives from the other agency, myself also meeting with representatives of the other agencies, and we now have a meeting on the books between the general managers on June 21st where we could continue to move the conversation forward. I'll conclude my general manager remarks there, and I'm happy to answer any questions or elaborate on anything you may have that are interested in. Any questions? Go ahead.
One is, what was the date for the Suez Veolia presentation? Is that next month?
I believe we were planning to bring them in next month in the June board meeting, right? So that'll be at the end of the month in June?
The regular board meeting.
The regular board meeting.
June 27th.
June 27th. Thank you.
June 27th. Okay, good. And then the other thing is, and I didn't ask it during the item, I forgot, but what we voted on for our water shortage
contingency plan,
contingency announcement or what have you, are we going to put out some sort of announcement about that just to let it be known that, you know, West Basin took an action today somehow?
You know, we didn't have that specifically in the write-up, but I think that is a really good question as to whether a letter from the board of directors that outlines our call to action in general to the public,
yeah,
or maybe from the general manager's office or a press release.
Something. I just think it would probably be good that we somehow let it be known that we did do something today. So that, because I'm just, you know, we're getting a lot of questions, and a big part that made me think about it is seriously is the city of West Hollywood, which has DLEP on one side and City of Beverly Hills on another side, plus the folks in the canyon, Topanga Canyon, have been reaching out to me because they understand right to their north is Las Virgenes. So it would probably be good for us to somehow articulate what we took action on today, even though we can't enforce it, but that we took an action, advising people if they could to do what, two days a week on outdoor watering, et cetera, to kind of be in some alignment around here, because it's just gonna, I think it's only gonna get worse on confusion with the multiple agencies, and I can see this train just, you know, leaving the station. So.
Okay, well, I would propose that if the board is okay with me working with staff to decide on the best vehicle for a quick announcement, either a press release or a letter from the general manager, if it pleases the board to do so, I'll do that. Okay,
pleases me. One director. Okay, I think that's all my question.
Any other comments? Thank you again for fine report, very thorough. General Counsel's report.
Brief report, Mr. Chair. The legal matters list is mailed out to everybody on Friday. And also just a brief report that the San Diego versus Metropolitan trial started on Monday the 16th. San Diego has just about completed all of its testimony. Today is a dark day. The court is not in session. They expect to complete all their witnesses tomorrow. Then Metropolitan will begin to put on its case, and They think, as of this morning, talking about this earlier, it may be done by Friday or next Monday. And then the court will be taking the matter under submission. And due to the court's congested calendar, the matter is not going to be addressed again until August, when the parties have to submit final briefs and final argument. I believe it's August 27th. And the court at that time will take it under submission, and so we expect a ruling probably in September. It's a court trial, so it's an interesting trial in that the court is very engaged on the witness. Testimony is asking direct questions of the witnesses as well as listening to the testimony. So that is ongoing, and I've provided summaries of the witness testimony to the general manager. If any of the directors are interested, please let me know, and I can provide those as well.
Thank you. That's your report?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that concludes my report.
Okay. Well, item 14, the AB 1234 reporting compliance. Any oral reports on this item?
Yes.
Go ahead, Director Houston.
Really quick, AB 1234, since our last board meeting, both on my notes, it looks like May 2nd and May 16th, I was at the Brewer to Salter ad hoc meeting. And then also I attended the Aqua Conference up in Sacramento from May 3 through 5. And I would echo what the general manager Reed said. I think it was a really excellent conference. It was really good for us to also, not just those of us who could go in person attend, but also having our general manager there, making the rounds and getting really good feedback on him being a part of the West Basin family, as well as the fact that we just saw so many folks we haven't seen basically in about 2 years, except for there was the Aqua Conference in Pasadena some time back, but otherwise, directors, contractors, vendors, attorneys, who else do we see up there? We saw other general managers, so it was, and our lobbyists. We had a great meeting with our lobbyists
Your counterpart board of directors at some agencies.
That's right. So, and just a lot of good information as well at the conference. So again, I just wanted to opine on that because I was there, and I appreciate staff's assistance in making that happen. So thank you.
Director Williams?
Yeah, thank you very much. During the period of May 12th through the 15th, I attended the 2022 annual municipal seminar of the California Contract Cities Association, and the theme was strength through collaboration, and I think that collaboration theme is pretty much out there now, right? And the opening, during the opening session, the presenter presented on the overview of the Contract City's code of conduct. That was interesting, and really because of kind of like the mood of society today with all of the kind of hateful stuff that's going on out there. They found it necessary to say that, talk about that at the conference, and just to let everyone know who was there at the conference. Not only did the code of conduct was aimed at the staff and the members, but the guests as well. So I thought that was interesting. A lot of good comments there. The one session that I found interesting, and I thought it, and West Basin is kind of into this and does the right thing, and it has to do with it was called strengthening our social media presence, and that tells me that we should be out there. And I think I learned that from Director Houston about how important it is for us to be engaged, and that's why I like these things today. But then WRD's general manager was on led, that's why should I say led, but it shouldn't say led, but he was the moderator of the session that had to do with water and infrastructure. And the title of that was Now We All Can Win. How we all can win. And that was a very interesting presentation. It was on that panel was the general manager of LA County Public Works, and also our good friend from, not Hill Debate, but the other, you know his name.
That one was LA Waterkeeper. That's not Bruce Resnick.
Bruce, our good friend Bruce. He was there. He smiled at me for me. He knocked me down. And but the most important thing to me at this conference was that it was very, very valuable, because I got to satisfy both my AB 1234 compliance ethics training, as well as AB 1661 compliance with sexual harassment. So it was a very, very good conference for me. And that's all I have. And I will submit the detail of this in a written form. Thank you.
Okay. The others? Mine is submitted by Dr. Gallery. If there's nothing else on this, we'll go on to item 16, your director's comments and future agenda items. So for any of my colleagues, have any comments or future agenda items?
I'll just go very, very quickly. I just want to.
Well, if I twisted your arm, I'd get you to say something.
Oh, I know. I know you did. Well, I have to jump in before you throw down that gavel.
Oh, I would cut you off.
No, really quick, because I didn't get to say anything earlier, but I just want to thank staff about and honor, AAPI Heritage Month. It's really important for all of us, and I want to thank you for taking the time to do that throughout the month, let alone having a presentation today. And I was going to say earlier, we all know this is a very diverse country. It's a diverse county. It's a diverse state. It's a diverse district, and so I'm certainly proud of that. But we also, you pointed that out in the presentation, we have a very diverse group of employees here. So I think that it's just, again, something I'm very proud of, but we should all be very proud of that as we represent the district. And then also just saying what, General Manager brought it up, that these incidents that we've seen sadly lately, especially very specific, the incident in Buffalo, very premeditated and purely racist. And then, I don't know if you saw or not, but apparently yesterday there was some truck driving around West Hollywood and Beverly Hills who had a bunch of anti-Semitic and homophobic garbage all over this vehicle, and it got a lot of news coverage. And those communities were already on alert. Some things have been happening up there in those two cities already, but it's just constant today. So we all have to do our part to take note and call it out. And it's just not acceptable in today's world at all. And the other thing I just wanted to say too, because it was not on my AB 1234, because I didn't even report it as for compensation or anything, but staff did assist me with a recent presentation I was going to Rotary Club, which was excellent. And so the staff got me not just the slide deck, but all these great tchotchkes and things to bring to the group. And it's just good, as was mentioned earlier, to be back out and seeing our constituents and talking firsthand to them, because they're really engaged. They're a little confused, of course, but I think the majority want to do their part. And it's also really good to talk about taking out grass and make some real permanent changes. So I wanted.
Rotary Club? This
is El Segundo Rotary Club. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank staff for that, because you guys assisted me, and it was really, really good feedback I got, but also you all went more than beyond what I needed to take down there, but they loved it. So thank you.
Thank you. There's no further comments. You are finally before 5.
There's one.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes if you get that one.
Well, I just wanted make a couple of comments and updates. I did attend the conference on May 4th and 5th. And like Director Williams, I was able to satisfy at least one of those items, and that's the ethics training. So the sexual harassment training is completed. But it was a quick in and out for the conference, and it was good to see a lot of people, and I'm glad to see that everybody's back to meeting in person. During the past month, I have been making presentations to my cities in Division 3. In April.
A little louder, Desi, please.
I'm sorry?
A little louder.
Okay. During the past month, I have been making presentations to my cities in Division 3. On April 12th, I presented to the city of Hermosa Beach. On May 3rd, I presented to the city of Redondo Beach, and on May 17th, last week, I presented to the city of Manhattan Beach. The focus of the presentation, besides giving some background and history on West Basin and where our water comes from, is really on the drought. And I've pushed a couple of items. One is for the cities to look internally at their landscaped areas where they got a lot of turf and take advantage of the municipal turf removal program and remove some of that turf and replace it with drought-tolerant landscaping. And then also with the cities, I brought up the idea that they ought to look at their ordinances. They all have a model landscape ordinance which encourages the use of drought-tolerant and low water usage landscaping in new construction primarily, but that they ought to think about long-term ordinances that they ought to be looking at to eliminate high water usage landscaping that exists, and looking at ordinances that will require the conversion to drought-tolerant landscapes. Not tomorrow, but this is just to plant the seed of an idea of where we need to go as a region. Because at some point, we do have to come to the realization that turf as a primary landscaping medium in Southern California does not make any sense. Lastly, I also encourage the cities, Hermosa and Redondo, to not have their own water department, but work with their water purveyor, California Water Service Company, to increase the amount of groundwater and decrease their overall use of imported water during this year, where the impact is really severe, and our deliveries of Northern California water are extremely curtailed, and the reliability under the Colorado River is also being questioned. So that's pretty much it. The other item I did want to point out is that we did approve the assignment of Suez to Veolia, kind of after the fact, but nonetheless, Veolia is now the operator or maintenance operator at our treatment facilities. That contract comes up in December 31st of 2024. It does have a provision for an extension of 5 years. I'm not looking forward to exercising that provision. They have been regularly extended no-bid contracts since their initial contract in the 1990s, and I would like to see that we start planning for a fairly extensive request for proposals to solicit bids for the operation of the treatment plant. And that's 2 years away, but we'll come fast. That's my comments for today. Thank you.
Welcome. If there are no further comments, this meeting is adjourned. Boom. All right.